cable television station, Glendale Channel 11. Thank you for joining us.
And good morning. Welcome to Glendale City Council Budget Workshop Session. Today's April 6, 2023. Meeting is called to order. I will conduct a roll call. Councilmember Aldama.
Present.
Councilmember Hugh.
Here.
Councilmember Melner.
Here.
Councilmember Tomachaw.
Here.
Councilmember Turner.
Here.
Vice Mayor.
Here.
Chairman's here. Everyone's in attendance. With that, Ms. Bauer, would you introduce item number 1 for us, please?
Fiscal year 2023-24 budget workshop.
Like it.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. We are here for our 4th budget workshop of this budget year. Today we'll be continuing the operating budget discussions. We have an additional budget workshop scheduled for April 18th, along with 3 voting meetings, May 9th, June 13th, and June 27th. This is our schedule for today's budget presentations from the departments for April 6, 2023. Our agenda will include the following: follow-up items from our April 4th, 2023 workshop, our fiscal year 23-24 summary of personnel changes, and our department presentations. And with that, I'll turn over the presentation to Ms. Lindsay.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Well, I'll start with the first follow-up item from Tuesday's workshop. There was a question regarding the total ongoing cost for the positions that were being added to the general fund. There are 46 positions that are included in the general fund. This includes the code inspector that was we received consensus to add on Tuesday, as well as 2 additional positions in the fire department related to the MRU and LA units. So for a total of 46 positions, the ongoing budgeted amount that is being added to the budget is about $4 million. So there was a question on Tuesday regarding the increase to the overall operating budget being about $38.5 million and how that was possible when we were adding over $40 million worth of supplementals. We kind of wanted to correct the information that was given on Tuesday. We mentioned that it was due to the arena management fee being removed. There's actually a little more to it than that. So we wanted to walk council through how that $38.5 million increase works. So as you can see on the slide, the adopted operating budget for fiscal year 23 was $546.4 million. Our baseline budget starting with fiscal year 24, so once one-time additions to the 23 adopted budget were removed, that baseline budget was only $507 million. There are salary and benefit increases included at $36.7 million. Services and supply increases at $31.9 million. Internal service charge increases at $9.3 million for a total of $584.9 million.
Good.
Okay, I don't think this quite answers my question. My question was, does this all come from ongoing revenue like sales tax? Where we've got these increases that are occurring. I'm not disputing the fact or the need for them. All I want to be assured of is that there's been enough increase in sales tax or whatever of ongoing funds to cover these ongoing increases.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, I think I answered this on Tuesday, but I'll answer again.
Yes, you will.
Behind the scenes, what we do down in budget and finance, or what Amy and Levi do, and I kind of oversee, is to make sure that once we add these new ongoing expenses in, that we have ongoing revenue to support those, and that the one-time expenses that we see added, for example, in 23, that was, as Amy just described, about $40 million, that those are coming from one-time revenue, and that the ongoing is affordable as ongoing. I did want to remind council, this is the entire budget, so it includes all the enterprise funds and transportation and HERF. We will, on the 18th, break down for you for the big fund, the general fund, kind of, you'll be able to see that over the 5 years. We'll do that on the 18th.
Thank you. What I'm really interested in seeing on the 18th is, for example, I'm just going to use, based on the numbers that you're presenting here, it looks like there's an increase of about roughly 70 million. Okay, how much of that is attributable to sales tax? Did sales tax increase last year, say, hypothetically, by 30 million? In other words, be a little bit more specific as to where the funds are being generated from. That's what I'm interested in knowing.
Mayor, members of the council, that duly noted. Well, again, I believe what we will show you on the 18th should show you that, but if you have an additional question, we'll try to
Okay.
answer it then.
Thank you.
Our next follow-up items were related to the Parks and Recreation Department. The first of which was how much revenue the Parks and Recreation Department generates from sports field rentals. They generate approximately $200,000 a year, and that is general fund revenue. The other question was the contract monitor position duties and how many contracts that person would be monitoring, as well as what those duties would be covering. There are 8 ongoing service contracts for essential park maintenance functions, plus annually there's 8 to 10 project-related contracts that contract monitor would be taking care of. And the contract monitor would assume the administrative tasks associated with those contracts, including contract development, negotiations, tracking, auditing, and contract expenditures, which would allow field staff to continue on focusing on maintaining the parks.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
With regard to the contracts, in those contracts, I'm pretty confident that we pay for a contract manager on their end. So are we just shoring that up? Are they not reporting to us their efficiencies, their performance levels for some of those landscape contractors?
Mayor, members of the council, the contract monitor is sort of akin to, I would say, like our side. It's not the person managing the contract for them. Yes, they have their own managers of their side, but this is the person who makes sure from our side that those individuals and those workers and that manager are holding them accountable for the terms of that contract. And yes, within the contract, there'll be all different, depending on the type of contract, there'll be all different types of benchmarks and service levels and things like that, that this contract manager is making sure that they're meeting according to the contract.
Thank you, Ms. Rios. If I may ask our director a few questions, will you outline what that responsibility is? Here's the reason why. What Ms. Rios just outlined is true, but you have probably park supervisors that should be ensuring that our landscape contracts are being fulfilled as per the contract, and now we're asking for an additional contract person. Can you tell me what you expect from landscape contractors on their end to send you performance reports? And does that suffice?
Mayor, members of the council, yes, we do get reports from the various contractors, and they do have their internal, as Ms. Rios said, their project managers. What this request is trying to do is separate those administrative functions so that our field staff, as you mentioned, our park supervisors and park managers can do the verification in the field and not be at the desk checking on the administrative and the renewals and the insurance and their submittals, but checking on the actual activities, what's going on in the field. And we think by separating those tasks, we're going to be more efficient.
And thank you for that. And the contract monitor is specific to parks, correct?
This one is, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Mayor, members of council.
And if I may ask the city manager or maybe Ms. Rios, did we not ask for an additional contracts manager outside of parks in the budget? Yes, correct. And wouldn't it make sense that administrative duties go to that position? Or am I wrong? Can they oversee all contracts?
Mayor, members of the council, we have other contract monitors in other departments in the city. I believe we may have added one last year for facilities. That could be the one that you're talking about. And we also have another position in budget and finance. It's not a contract monitor, though. It is called a contract program manager. The intent of that position was to monitor some of the higher visibility contracts within the city. That position's currently vacant. We don't have a person in that position right now. We've been recruiting for it. But that would be to monitor not these kinds of departmental contracts, but ones like Camelback Ranch and at the time the arena and some of those bigger, higher profile contracts that have a little bit more of an impact citywide.
Thank you, and that makes sense. Those are really detailed contracts. My whole point here for getting the details back from you, or the data back from you, and thank you, is just had we had a different way to monitor those because these are not real complex contracts in landscaping, we could use that position within parks for additional services. But I understand your need, and you got me the information, and that's what I needed. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Burt.
Our next follow-up item from Tuesday was, there was a question regarding the R roll-up or the internal charges in the engineering department and why that percentage was so high. So this kind of demonstrates the engineering department has the engineering chargebacks budgeted in their salary category, which actually reduces their salary category to about 2.3 million or 65% of their budget. Their services and supplies category is about 10% of their budget, and the internal charges with those chargebacks included is about 25% of their budget. With those chargebacks removed, their salary budget is actually $5.5 million, or 82% of their budget, which brings services and supplies down to 5%, and the internal charges down to about 13%, which is pretty similar to some of the other departments.
Mayor. Okay. If I sound gravelly, I have a sinus infection that it will not go away, so I apologize for my voice. But you used the first block, salaries reduced by chargebacks, and pegged it at 2.2 million or 65%. It's only by playing with the numbers that you can then drop internal charges in the second block down to 13%. But it seems to me you're using the first block. That's what's in the budget book. So why did you reduce the chargebacks to begin with? Or include the chargebacks and use them to reduce salaries to begin with?
Go ahead. Okay, Mayor, members of or Vice Mayor Clark. We budget the chargebacks in the salary category in the engineering department because there is a portion of engineering salaries that throughout the year that chargeback is charged to capital improvement projects that those project managers or other staff in the engineering department are working on. So we have to budget the appropriation for those somewhere. We could create a separate roll-up for those chargebacks, but they're still going to appear as a credit in their salary category. So the $2.3 million salary in engineering includes that credit, so to speak, that we're going to be charging those charges back to the CIP projects.
Okay, then my last question, follow-up question. These chargebacks, do they generally come from departments that are in the general fund category? Or is it a mixture of enterprise and general fund departments?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Clark, members of the council, excuse me, I'm starting to sound gravelly.
Join the club.
There is, so it's for the entire CIP. So there are projects in enterprise funds that have engineering chargebacks associated with them, bond funds, special revenue funds. It depends on what fund that project is budgeted in, but yes, those engineering chargebacks are charged to funds other than the general fund.
Okay. I'm not sure I like that way of reporting, but thank you.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
I have a question. Thank you, Mayor. I'm trying to figure out where in the budget we carry our professional memberships with Westmark, GPEC, the League, Valley Metro, the Glendale Chamber. Where in the budget do we carry these memberships?
Non-departmental.
Mayor, members
I
of the
don't see it.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Tomalchoff, those are actually budgeted in the non-departmental department, and we are going to cover those memberships when we do that presentation here in a little bit.
Okay, I just didn't see anything in the line item for memberships, so that's why I was.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Tomchoff, it's the budget is rolled up slightly into categories, so it's included in one of those categories, but we can walk you through that when we get to that
Okay,
portion
all
of
right,
the
I just wanted to
presentation.
make sure. Thank you.
Welcome. And once again, we'll go through the summary of personnel changes. This is updated now to include an additional code inspector in the city manager's office. So now there are 2 positions being added in that department. It also includes the additional 2 positions in the fire department regarding the MRU and LA units for a total of 46 positions in the general fund. Special revenue funds are still at 11.5 positions. Enterprise funds at 4 positions, excuse me. Internal service funds at six positions being added. So that total is now 67.5 positions. And with that, we will turn it over to Mr. Stoddard to present public affairs and communications.
Great, thank you, Amy. Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for this opportunity to present the budget on 2 different departments. As Kevin mentioned yesterday, a part of the budget is some reorganization that he's done. He is forming a traditional communications department that you might see on an organizational structure of any organization, and he's asked Sue Bredding to be the director of that communications department, and of course, Ryan Lee, who you all know will be the government relations director over our intergovernmental program work. Now to just kind of, and I have both of them here today, and we'll have them come up in a few minutes and talk about some of the accomplishments and their requests for next year. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the work that these 2 divisions and departments do. Essentially, they're responsible for developing, implementing different strategies and programs to effectively and accurately communicate the messaging of the city of Glendale to our targeted audiences. Now, as you know, these audiences are varied. External audiences include everything from stakeholders to residents, business leaders, members of the state legislature, members of Congress, our traditional media outlets, other local, regional, state, and federal organizations that we engage with. But it also includes the internal communications work. Communications and government relations. They interact with every division and department of this city as partners to help them with the work that they're doing. Now, the functions that they do on a daily basis are numerous, everything from legislative support to media relations, web services, digital communications, social media, military affairs, assisting the mayor and council and the committees and the different boards that you all provide leadership on. I can say with confidence that over the last 8 years, we have transitioned the work that was being done in these areas to be a much more proactive and I would say aggressive and professional approach to making sure that Glendale's message is communicated proactively. We're not sitting around and waiting for other people to describe Glendale or to tell our story or to see how something affects Glendale. We are on the forefront of doing that, telling that story ourselves, making sure that we're advocating for the priorities that this council has set forth in all of those areas. I would say that our approach, I believe, has made us a leader amongst our peer organizations, both in the public and the private sector, on communications and government relations. This work obviously was very critical over the last 2 years as we've engaged with the state legislator who has been unfriendly to cities. As we've hosted and welcomed the international world to our doorstep from major events like the Super Bowl, the tens of thousands of communications and engagements that come in from those events, and of course, the extension of Prop 400 which is going to have an enormous impact on our ability to provide for infrastructure and strategically plan for the future of our city and for the region. Now, these are ongoing issues. We are going to continue to host major events and welcome the world. We're going to continue to fight the battle at the legislature. We're going to continue our efforts to ensure that there is an extension of funding for our city and our region. But ultimately, it takes teamwork. Ryan can't do it by himself. Sue can't communicate by herself. As great as the leaders as they are, it takes a team effort. And I'm not just describing the team effort of the internal city staff. It takes the effort of these external affairs to have the partnership of the city council. And so on behalf of Ryan and Sue and their teams, we wanted to thank the council for being partners with us in this work. You've taken the time to develop relationships of trust with the different leaders from the business community and the state legislature and members of Congress. You've taken the time to be available to engage with the media, to engage with your residents, to do that proactive work of telling our story on the forefront. All of that effort combined is what has placed us in a position where Glendale is out there with our story being told on a positive front of growth, of support, of infrastructure. And so we just want to thank you for those efforts. Now, in our government relations division, the operating budget is just shy of $1 million. The performance measures are focused on things like the number of bills that we track and the number of committees that the council serves on, both on a state, regional, and federal level. And of course, those committee assignments can shift depending on the council's preference of what you're serving on, whether you're serving in a leadership capacity as an officer of those organizations, or maybe an executive committee. But we help track and want to put you in a position so that if you're interested in serving in those different committees, that we can help make that happen and then provide you the staff that you need to be successful in those. I will say that both on the communications and the government relations side, we are just about finished with our Tier 2 plan and our balanced scorecard approach. And so in next year's budget, you will see the performance measures aligned with the balanced scorecard plan of the city, specifically in the areas of stakeholder engagement and superior customer service delivery. I believe our next meeting is April 14th, where we will finish and hopefully finalize that Tier 2 approach in these two departments. Now, I wanted to give an opportunity for Ryan to come up and talk and highlight just a few of the accomplishments that he and his team were able to get done over the last year, and then we'll talk a little bit about the two requests that are coming from government relations.
Your microphone's not on.
Turned it on. There we go. Can I ask him a question before he hands it off? Thank you. So I'm a little confused because I'm trying to understand the structure. So are there going to be three as public affairs, and then because we don't have an org chart, so I don't know how this all lines up as far as organizational, who's where. That would be helpful if we could get that, because I'm not sure. So is it public affairs and then communications and government affairs, or are they three separate? So I'm just, can you help me understand how this is working?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Tomachoff. So in this structure, and we'll provide you I have a draft org chart of what it looks like. Essentially, public affairs has been an umbrella of both all of the communications, digital communications, web services, and government relations, all under an umbrella of public affairs. Essentially, government relations, meaning specifically, you know the people, Ryan and Haley and Deanne will come out of that picture. So they will still report to me, but they will be under like a government relations. Now, for purposes of the references for today, just because the changes have been kind of taking place, it's referencing public affairs, but they will be two distinct areas. It will be the government relations area and then communications under Sue Bredding. And communications will include all of the PIOs, her multimedia journalism team, and then the addition of our digital communications team, and web services will fit under communication that will report directly to Sue, and then Sue would report to me.
So Mayor, if I could, so you're taking one I mean, I'm sure that they still show separately under the differences you're making. I think Sue was already heading up the media team. So you're making basically that more of it's another director and then another director for government affairs.
Correct.
Okay, and so how many people would be under public affairs, government relations director, and the communications
Yeah,
director?
so the government relations team would be Deanne, for a budgetary purpose, would be Deanne Torres, Ryan Lee, and Haley would be the three that would be under government relations or intergovernmental programs, whatever, however we reference it. The other 15 FTEs would be now under Sue as a communications director. So she would be a department director with those people. As she's not right now. I think her title is a senior executive public information officer, but for all intents and purposes, that's one of the reasons for the reorganization, is to have a formal communications department with a communications director that's overseeing the leadership and strategy of all those areas to make sure they're all aligned.
Okay, so basically, and I haven't seen it, but Mayor, if I could, the org chart's going to show no one directly under you, but under the public affairs director, a director of communications, and a director of government affairs.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So in next year's budget, Mayor, Councilmember Tomachapa, in next year's budget, when it's cleaned up, everything's kind of shifted and bifurcated, would see a separate presentation for communications that Sue would come up and give, and then government relations, which Ryan, rather than kind of the umbrella of public affairs, is kind of how it exists right now.
Okay, just one more thing. Because of these reorganizations, it would be really helpful to put at least a draft org chart in our book so we could understand how this really looks, because going through the presentation doesn't really tell us. I mean, by looking at this, I really couldn't understand it, but if I could look at an org chart, I would understand what was being proposed.
Yeah. Mayor, Councilmember Tomachapa, when this afternoon, I'll email you the draft org chart. It'll make sense. So Ryan, why don't you come up and talk a little bit about some of the accomplishments and then the two.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Ryan Lee. I'm the Governmental Programs Manager for the City of Glendale. It's been a great year for the City of Glendale. We've been very active at the legislature. We've been active in our interactions with Congress, with our peer cities, and with the regional agencies. And thanks to each of you for your help as we interact with all of these different organizations and bodies of government who assist us in serving the residents of Glendale. There's a couple of accomplishments that I wish to speak with you, share with you. The continued efforts to lead the region in Prop 400 enabling legislation. We know last year we got the bill through the legislature and it was vetoed by Governor Ducey. We were very disappointed, but our efforts continue. This year a bill was introduced that was not in line with our plan. We held the line. Another bill was introduced, got a little closer. We've held the line. And then a third bill has been introduced, and we're really close to getting that full implementation of Proposition 400 extension. So more updates to come. Also, last year and this year, we've introduced legislation on behalf of the City Council through council direction to allow the cities to reform our public posting requirements. So this would allow our city clerks to post either on the city's website, in a newspaper that services the county, or both. That bill has gone through the Chamber of Origin. It was introduced in the Senate, it's gone through the Senate, and now we're working through the House, and it's made the committee deadlines so far. So that bill's still very much alive. Another piece of legislation that we are running on behalf of the Glendale Police Department and also partnering with the City of Mesa and others is a bill that would allow cities to charge for time that they're spending redacting body camera footage. We know we're about 9 months behind in our requests, and so allowing the city to charge a redaction fee would either help expedite the process or encourage, reconsider how public records requests are being submitted to the city. Also this year, we're helping Luke Air Force Base pursue legislation that would allow the base to prohibit drone activity, private drone activity on the base. Right now, private drones are flying over the base. It's a security concern, it's a safety concern for pilots, and state statute is not clear in how we can enforce that or how Luke Air Force Base can enforce that. A couple more accomplishments. Thanks. A big thank you to the City Council for your interaction in the 2023 legislative dinner we had at the beginning of this session. We had 13 of our 18 new, 13 new legislators of our 18. Many of them came and had a great interaction with you, so thank you very much for that. Also, the great work that Judge DiPiazza and his team have done with the Veterans Court. We had the opportunity to bring Senator Sinema to Glendale and give her a tour of that court and get her in front of many of you who were able to attend that. And since this slide was created, we also were able to welcome Senator Kelly to Luke Air Force Base. Luke had made that arrangement and invited Mayor Wires and myself to attend that and be able to interact with Senator Kelly and General Rushoff to be able to advocate on behalf of Luke Air Force Base. So Mayor and Council, we'll go through a few more, excuse me. Also, just on the last slide, we've been able to interact with our federal delegation as well and pursue those congressional directed spending requests. So since the last budget, we were awarded $1.33 million to retrofit and rebuild 3 community centers, and also securing federal funding for a commitment to build a new child development center on Luke Air Force Base, which will assist the families at Luke who are having a very hard time finding daycare and development services. So we'll move on to the supplemental requests. There's 2. The 2 supplemental requests, the first is Public Affairs has traditionally held the expense for media center utilities. So with the temporary relocation, there's going to be an increase in utility costs. That's going to be under the budget for Public Affairs, and then also a cell phone allowance increase for Haley, who joined the team. So that's going to be an additional cost there. That's our presentation for the government relations side of Public Affairs.
Any questions?
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to say in regards to the performance goals and accomplishments of our government relations side, I hear nothing but positive comments about our government relations staff, whether it's with legislators or Congress members or their staffs or local community members they've interacted with. It's just every comment is positive, and that makes me proud. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I wanted to add to that I have really appreciated the support whenever I've needed it for my commitments on various committees. The department has been very, very responsive, very helpful in making sure that the material is available, that answers are provided when I have questions. And so I really appreciate the extra effort that's gone into making that happen.
Okay, so shifting into the communications department, and to follow up on a previous comment as we do that from Councilmember Tolmachoff, I was just speaking to Kevin. We'll send you the 2 parts of the reorganization that Kevin had implemented were the shift of the CVB into economic development, and then the division of communication. So we'll send you the organizational charts for both of those, so you'll see what it looks like on paper for that reorganization. So communications, I kind of already talked about that at the very beginning with my opening remarks, so let's jump over to, I want to talk for a second about the performance measurement, specifically on social media. You'll notice, go down to about let's see here, on the performance measures, the 1, 2, 3, 4th line down where it says average positive sentiment. You might look at that and say, well, 27% isn't a very high number, when we think of percentages through our lives. The social media world is a little bit different in the analytics and how we look at things. That actually is a high targeted number for positive engagements. If your social media practices are like mine and most people, we scroll through a feed, but the majority of things that we're seeing, we're not taking the time to comment on or to do something active with that posting. And so a vast supermajority of our engagements with people are seeing the information but scrolling through as they would. Now, for those that actually, 27 right now, our actual was 25%, meaning that of everybody that looked at it, not just those that would actually comment, but for everybody that had an eyeball that even passed for half of a second, 25% of those engagements or people either liking a post or then commenting are some type of positive interaction. So again, a vast majority are neutral, just meaning they're not anything, but in that 20% level, and then the high 27%, which is what we're shooting for 2023 for positive engagements, that's a high number in those kind of analytics, but we've had a lot of opportunities to get information out there, to engage people on a positive engagement with our stuff. And so I did just want to point that out because it's a little bit different analytic than what you would usually see, but that's how it is. So Vice Mayor, we'll continue here. I wanted to have Sue come up and talk about some of the accomplishments of her department and division. I think Kevin had mentioned a few weeks ago that Sue herself had been recognized by the Phoenix Business Journal as one of the leaders, women leaders in business who's making an impact in the community, and we certainly know that here from the city. And so Sue, if you want to come up, we can.
Vice Mayor? Vice Mayor?
Yes.
I'm
sorry, Councilmember Turner.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I did have a question, which then turned into two, regarding the positive sentiment. That's 25% of all eyeballs, or pairs of eyeballs. Do we have an analytic that will tell us what our negative feedback would be of those who commented, not of, so that we can see, of those who are reacting, interacting, what our positives versus our negatives are?
Yeah. Vice Mayor, Councilmember Turner, yes. And there's a whole science behind that too. It's been honestly kind of fascinating for me to get some more experience and learn from CC on this. There's different thresholds of that negative engagement too. Some people are specifically commenting on something from the city, which and with a negative viewpoint, which we would consider a negative engagement. There are some individuals, I don't know if you call them trolls or whatever the terminology is these days, where they just, regardless of it, I mean, they could be completely off topic, but it's some type of negative engagement so that's its own. I don't think that's considered a negative engagement. That's considered its own separate kind of interaction with that post, if that makes sense. But yes, we do track, and there is an analytic that shows what the actual negative engagement about that issue, about that topic on a specific post is.
I, for one, would be interested in seeing that, and maybe need to sit down with you to have you explain it in detail, so I appreciate it. And I'm fully aware that it is very easy for people to make negative comments in the anonymity of the internet, and I would not weight those heavily, but it just as a tracking mechanism or something might be useful to us. And then the original question I had has to do with the social media presence performance measure, a number of people who see our posts. From 21 to 22, we had a 94,000 visibility increase. 22 to 23, 100,000. But it looks like our projection for 24 is only 5,000. Is that intentional, or?
Yeah, so Vice Mayor, Councilmember Turner, so we had anticipated those larger jumps with hosting a major international event like the Super Bowl. Traditionally, the numbers don't jump that high with just our regular, we're having a council meeting or the Roses at Saguaro Park. I mean, so as we we certainly hope that it's higher than that, but as we have those kind of big ones that engage audiences across the world that we would have engaged, we see those larger numbers, but that would be in a normal traditional year of engagement that 5,000 would probably be a normal number just for like our group of residents and the eyeballs and how they're engaging with us.
Okay, yeah, and it was a banner year with the Super Bowl and Taylor Swift.
Yes.
That just an incredible amount of social media presence. And even though some of it was softball, even that went over well, I think, largely, and, you know, at a minor expense to the city, got us tremendous exposure. And it was kind of fun, too. You know, it's okay to be lighthearted at times. And then we do have the Final Four coming next year, so maybe it'll be more than 5,000.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sue, why don't you come up and talk some about your team's accomplishments?
Thank you, Brent. Mayor and council members, what a year we have had. There are a variety of accomplishments listed up there, but I thought I would just highlight a few. The Glendale media team produced a constant stream of outstanding content over the last year, including a video that rose above and beyond anything that we have ever produced before. The Know Before You Go Super Bowl video, it aired not only on our normal platforms of our cable channel and our social media, it also aired in prime time on Channel 3 and on one of their lifestyle shows, and on city cable stations across the valley, and it lived on the host committee's website, and much more. Channel 10 contacted us and asked if they could come to Glendale and interview us about producing such a video, so that was a lot of fun. Proactive media relations efforts have far surpassed anything that has ever been done before as well. Just for Super Bowl, reporters were constantly paired with our city experts 7 days a week leading up to game day, from 6 a.m. in the morning until late at night for local, statewide, national, and global networks. Their stories ranged from the boom of the sports and entertainment district to things to do while they're visiting, to game day traffic plans. Glendale was featured in prominent newspapers, such as the Washington Post, LA Times, on TV networks such as CNN, MSNBC, Fox Weather, ESPN, Good Morning America, and much more. And you know what? We may have topped that. When the Eras Tour started breaking ticket sales records and records for our partner, State Farm Stadium, and it was starting here, it was kicking off here, I thought maybe we could get a couple of live morning shows and maybe the Arizona Republic out to our media center deck, and by holding a press conference and doing a symbolic renaming of our city when Taylor Swift came to town. But temporarily becoming Swift City brought unprecedented fun media coverage for us, from local, national, global media outlets, and millions of Swifties were celebrating Swift City on social media platforms. I want you to know that we will continue to look for ways all year round to tell the story of our vibrant and our growing city. And that's external media. That's just touching on some of the external media stuff we do. We also very equally care about internal communications. And we have developed the Employee Express newsletter that goes out every month to all of our great colleagues. And it's very popular. We play a big role with videos and much more content for Glendale Gratitude Month, which is a very unique thing that we do. Only our city does it. And we invented it. And we massively show employees over an entire month ways that they are truly appreciated. So those are just a few highlights of internal and external accomplishments. And now moving on to the budget supplementals. There's a supplemental there for cell phones for the Public Affairs and Communications Department. In addition, I'd like to take a moment to explain the video editor photographer position. So in our budget, we had a half-time position. And over the last year, we have been sharing, the police department had so many needs, so many video needs for editing, needs for communicating through video, that they reached out to us about a year ago and they said, could we supplement half of that position and make that a full-time position? So we were able to hire a great person with full-time hours. And, but as you saw on Tuesday, the police department is now, they have so many requests that they need their own full-time person. So they have asked for that, and which means ours would go back to a half-time position. So what we're asking for is to supplement that. We produce video content, we have editing needs, we have needs for a director back in the booth constantly. So that, we are asking that half-time be made to a full-time in order to help us with the workload, and not only that, make that a position that would be even more appealing to someone great like the person that we currently have in that position. So that's what that is. The final one has to do with Kevin's reclass into the communications department for that position to have a director.
Mayor? Go ahead. Thank you, Mayor. Sue, your voice and your demeanor is enthusiastic. I love it. And you promote Glendale, you market Glendale as an ambassador, and it's admirable, and I thank you so much. And it looks like you're going to be leading a bunch more folks, and they're going to follow right behind you. And I know you'll put them first, and you've always put Glendale first, but you're so enthusiastic, and I really enjoy you promoting Glendale. Thank you for your service to our citizens. Good work.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question. I understand the I guess low-hanging fruit of a Super Bowl, of a Taylor Swift concert, or of a event that's already getting a lot of media attention. But when I look on the Facebook page, I see, and just a couple of days ago, a post about NCAA men's Final Four, really relevant because we just had the Final Four, 1 share on Facebook. I look and see, Water Awareness Month, 2 shares on Facebook. I see very little engagement happening on the mundane day-to-day. There's 16,000 followers on this page. I'd like to see that grow because social media is a great way to spread information, but I honestly don't see, and I'd like to know what your plan is to, and I don't see engagement with residents on social media either in trying to, literally engage with them. I know PD was talking about that's what they want to do, is actually engage with the residents on social media. But so I think we do a really good job on the low-hanging fruit, but I'm literally struggling to find something that was shared more than just a couple of times on Facebook.
So Mayor, Councilmember Tolmachoff. So I think I know the engagement's happening on the social media side. Traditionally, what happens is if someone's asking a question or looking for something, CC will contact them through like a direct message, and then and then get their information, either have a phone call or engage back and forth that way, direct them to Glendale 1 to put in a request, or get them connected with a staff member that can help answer a question, or if she can gather the information herself, she will respond direct. So that engagement, if you see a resident on there making a comment or asking a question or looking for information, it's not just sitting there unresponded to, it is getting responded to, and CC is monitoring those on a constant basis, and so it's probably happening in real time. The question of likes and engagement in that way, I'm not a digital communications expert. I know that on different platforms we have more engagement than others. If you look at Facebook and some of the demographics and who may, we'll get some more information and see what it takes. I know on some of our other things like Instagram and others, we do have more interaction. I don't know, like I said, if it's an age difference or what, where people are engaging, liking, doing some more of that sharing, but we are trying to ramp up and take advantage of the digital communications is where things and people are at now. We don't want to make them come to us. We want to go to where they are. And so I hear you loud and clear. Our efforts and strategies are in the same area, to have engagements, to increase followers, to have people participate with the things that we're posting that hopefully of our interest to them.
We have Mayor, if I could, we have a 100% digital person that is focused on this social media, don't we?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, like I said, I just see, I see, even, just regular people who get more engagement on their posts. I really hadn't really thought about it, but, 5 likes, 1 share. And when somebody comments I mean, I know the analytics, and I'm sure CC knows this, that the analytics is that when there's engagement, it's more recognizable. So when somebody says, hey, my family is gonna go, hope you'd come to the bike ride, or somebody should be responding to those, not just, hey, because I know there's some negative comments, I get those too on my Facebook about city things, but that says, you know, hope you can bring your family out and join us. If somebody says we went and had a good time, engage on that, because those are the analytics that really boost your social media of somebody literally responding to residents. I understand the derogatory stuff or the service requests need to be done elsewhere, but it wouldn't even hurt to say, in the responses, you can here's a way to, that could probably still be a legitimate response that also fuels the number of engagements that you get on a social media. Somebody may say, what's Glendale One? How does Glendale One work? And that engagement could take place even in that Facebook conversation. So I kind of see that lacking, but I'm hoping that I don't see that in the supplemental, but I hope that that's a focus of you. It's literally a free way to advertise and engage residents with the city of Glendale. And like I said, the Taylor Swift and the Super Bowl got a lot of play, but that's kind of low-hanging fruit. I think it's the day-to-day that we really need to focus on, trying to raise our profile and get more people to engage with us. Yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Turner.
Thank you, Mayor. Not exactly a budget question, but still in the department. On the second floor of the media center, there are, I think, 3, maybe 4 editing bays. Does the department still use those?
Mayor, Councilmember Turner, yes, they are used full-time, and during the shift, when the City Hall campus is being rebuilt and we go over to that area, that staff will make those. Right now, they have the editing bays, which are just kind of small rooms that have all of the massive amounts of keyboards and things that they do with all of their editing stuff. They also have, right now, they work out in a cubicle area for just some of their regular work. During that period of time, they will move into that editing bay as their full-time office. Hopefully they can walk outside every once in a while and get some vitamin D and see the sunlight, because those rooms do not have, I mean, they're just small. They don't have a window. They are soundproofed because they've got the audio and everything that they're doing. But yes, those are used all day, every day of the weekdays.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I kind of agree with Councilmember Tomachoff on this one. The cities, I don't know, maybe you're doing more than I'm seeing, but I would think that the city would have a Facebook post every day, Twitter post every day, Instagram post every day. And I don't think that's happening. It doesn't have to be something momentous, but just anything about the city so that our presence is there on a daily basis, number one. Number two, a lot of sites and a lot of people use mini polls just to grab people's attention. And I think that's something that Glendale could be doing, is conducting just some random mini polls and then reporting the following day on what kind of feedback you got. And if you need any suggestions, I'll be glad to offer them. Thank you.
Are you done?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Mayor?
Question for him?
Yes, not question, just comment. I too am looking at the activity on Facebook for the city of Glendale, and while there's not a lot of likes, there's a significant amount of views. So people are paying attention, people are reading, people are looking at this thing. Some people just don't like to like things, right? In the social media world. But the views, there's some that are 500, there's 200 on this one, there's 300, there's 800 views. So as long as people are looking at it, hopefully they're reacting to it. So it looks like there's a lot of activity, just not a lot of likes. I would, though, like to say that more of the businesses should be promoted on our social media. And if we're doing some great, not just downtown, Westgate, over Arrowhead, everywhere and anywhere we have businesses, we should be promoting them as well and helping them get keep alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to put things in context, some of you, or many of you, may know that I do a blog. Well, when I post on my blog, I'll get anywhere from 600 to 1,000 views. And I'm just a lowly little individual. I would think that the city ought to have a goal of matching the number of views I'm getting from my blog. So get to work. Thank you.
Our next presentation is Community Services, which will be presented by Ms. Jean Moreno.
Thank you, Amy. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So obviously, Community Services Department, you see our mission statement there, we build community through impactful services. I want to take a moment, because I don't often get to recognize my team who's here in this audience today. So I have several members of my leadership team here, as well as some other supervisors. And there's probably a lot of my department and my team that's watching as well. I want to say that the work that we do in community services isn't possible without the dedication and hard work of every single one of those people. We are over 100 employees, regular status employees, and I ask a lot of them. What's not on this slide here is our mission statement. So our team came together several years ago and we said, you know what? Our vision is to be the national model for innovative community services. And that drives every recommendation we have, everything that we try, every pilot program. And it takes a lot. And it can be a lot for the team. So I just wanted to make sure that I took a moment to recognize them and their hard work. So thank you to the entire team. The other thing that I wanted to point out as well is, some of the work that we do is high profile, some of it's not, but none of it is possible without my colleagues in other departments. So the fact that I can pick up the phone and call someone in another department to say, hey, I have this issue, I have this problem, and I need help, is tremendous. I talk to colleagues that I have in other communities, and this is a luxury that we have in Glendale. We have a fantastic executive leadership team, and I have fantastic support from the city manager's office, the city attorney's office, and the city clerk's office, from all of the appointed officials. I would not be able to do the things that we're doing and accomplishing without the collective support of all of those departments. Chief said the other day during his presentation that every person's issue is important to them. And I can tell you, I pick up the phone and I call him regularly when I'm having an issue that involves the police department, and he makes me a priority. And I can say that with all of my colleagues in the other departments. So I just wanted to share that with all of you, and I wanted to thank the council for the support for all of the work that we have been able to accomplish over the last several years. So as you can see, our budget is about $42 million. 70% of that is operations, 26% is salaries. What isn't shown on the slide is the general fund contributions are also about 26%. So a majority of our department is funded with grant dollars. So I'm going to just highlight a couple of key accomplishments on the next couple of slides. I want to point out that second one, the Housing Choice Voucher Management Assessment Rating. So you'll see that in fiscal year 2021, we were kind of struggling with that. And I want to thank our housing administrator, who's been in place for about the last year, and her team, because they've really turned that around. And a lot of that was because some changes that we made to our administrative plans, which council ended up adopting. And I want to share with you that the William Morris Institute of Justice is now telling other housing agencies that Glendale has the model administrative plans, which is significant. On the next slide, I also want to call out that a couple of years ago, probably right around the beginning of the pandemic, we made a decision to repurpose a vacant position in the library to create a volunteer coordinator, specifically to recruit and attract people who are interested in volunteering very specifically at our libraries. We have a great diverse group of library volunteers, and you can see the efforts have really paid off, and we have continued to increase the number of volunteer hours at our libraries. I get a chance to visit with the library volunteers every year, and I just love them. They love our libraries. They want to be there. They want to help us, and they really appreciate the opportunity to volunteer in our libraries and the fact that we give them special care and attention. So on the next slide, I just want to point out a couple of accomplishments. I've talked to you about a lot of the things over the past few months around homelessness, but 1,300 units of affordable housing in the pipeline, that is a really big deal. It's not anything that we have been able to accomplish, alone. Obviously, Development Services has been a phenomenal partner. I can't tell you how many times I will pick up the phone and call a planner and say, hey, can you give me the status on what's going on? How can we, troubleshoot different things that might be happening? Fire marshal, we ran into a question about something, and it's like, oh, can you help us solve this problem? George in building safety planning, the ability to pick up the phone and be able to call and help those developers navigate all of those things going on is tremendous. The other one that I wanted to point out is $1 million invested in neighborhood and community improvements. That is also another partnership between engineering and transportation. So if it weren't for the partnership with those two departments, we wouldn't be able to get that kind of work done. Next slide. So the other thing that I'm really proud of is, it started out as kind of a grassroots idea several years ago. So the Community Action Program has done a holiday adopt a family program for many, many years. Way back when I was in the manager's office a long time ago, they kind of ran it themselves. And when I came in, we started talking about, hey, could we expand this? And then, it's been a long time desire from, folks in the manager's office to open that up citywide and allow any employee to participate and adopt a family. So that particular program has grown. It's not just an adopt a family. We actually have a committee of about 12 people representing 6 departments, highly engaged employees that come up with these ideas, and we're committed to running 4 quarterly employee giving opportunity campaigns a year. The reason you might say, well, why is that really important, and why is that a part of your department, Jean? And I would tell you it's 2 things. One, it's an active way that we're giving back to residents right here in Glendale. And 2, it's a really, really good opportunity that I think employees have been craving to really get involved and get engaged in other community initiatives. So you can see here, 400 employees have contributed over $50,000 in employee giving campaigns in the fiscal year. That's a big deal. And I think it's worth commending the entire organization and all of those employees that are participating, because it does make a difference. When we go out and we deliver the backpacks, for the school drives, or we deliver the presents, for our families at the holiday season, they are so grateful and just so appreciative that we cared enough to think about them. The other thing that we did this year was it came from the committee. It was an idea from the committee that said, hey, you know what? We think that we might have employees who are struggling, and we want to let them know that we care about them too. And so the committee came up with a plan, and we did it. And we ended up serving, I think it was about 20 families. It was all anonymous, so that the employees could feel comfortable accepting that assistance for their children during the holiday season. And we also engaged with the YWCA to help us with the delivery, so that it was completely anonymous and the employees could feel comfortable. So I'm very, very proud of those accomplishments. And so now I would like to move on to the general fund supplementals. So I'm going to take these a little bit out of order. Excuse me. I want to talk a little bit about the supplementals that are being requested for library services. As you know, over the last year, we have engaged in a couple of activities related to assessing our library programs and services. The first was a community needs assessment, and then the second was a process improvement team that was sponsored by the city manager's office. We expect to come to council this spring to kind of give you the whole picture of what that looked like and what some of those recommendations are. There was some low-hanging fruit as part of those recommendations, and a lot of things related to facility and building design, which we'll be planning to incorporate into our capital projects in the future. But a couple of things that came out of that was extending library hours into the evenings a little bit more, and adopting some new technologies that would allow us to get books back out to the shelves faster. So there are 2 requests for automated materials handlers at our number 1 and number 2 libraries for circulation. So automated handlers or materials handlers for Foothills and Maine. And basically what that is when somebody brings back their materials, instead of a staff person having to sort it, the material will go into a conveyor belt and it will read it and it will drop it into the right box. And then the employee who's responsible for getting them out on the shelves will have everything for one specific area instead of having to manually sort. So it's kind of cool technology. We're excited about that, and we think it's a really good use of one-time funds. Then the next couple of items are the new staff positions that will be required to extend hours, as well as the increased security costs. So what we're proposing is 5 FTEs, which will be hired as half-time, so we'll actually hire 10 people, and it will allow us to extend library hours. And I apologize, and I'll send this to you after the presentation, but essentially what we're doing is we're keeping library hours the same on Mondays, which is 12 to 8. We will be extending library hours on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and that will be from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Currently, we close at 4 p.m. on Tuesdays and at 2 p.m. on Wednesdays. The reason why that Wednesday is really important is because we inadvertently, when we put these hours together, 10 to 2, apparently several districts have early release on Wednesdays. And so we got a lot of community feedback, hey, like we would take our kids to the library in the afternoons on Wednesdays because it's early release day. So having consistent operating hours. So the proposed operating hours will be, so Monday is 12 to 8, and then Tuesday through Friday is 10 to 6, Saturday 10 to 5, and then continuing operations on Sundays from 1 to 5. So then the next group of supplementals I'd like to talk about is some changes in our community engagement department or division. So as you know, Michelle Yates does a phenomenal job, not only with our volunteer programs, but with engaging with businesses and other organizations to help support different programs and things that we bring to the community. And so what we're proposing is a reclassification of one position. It is an old job title that was a carryover from long ago, before I think even before Kevin was here, frankly. And so it's really reclassifying that position to a community engagement program manager. And then we're proposing taking temporary line item pay and combining it with $21,000 of general fund assistance to make that second position a regular status FTE. So I have to give kudos to both Michelle and Stephanie, because Stephanie's been with us as a temp for, she previously worked in our community action program office, but since over this last year, when we brought her in as a temp, Michelle and Stephanie have really been able to do a lot more because Michelle had support. So you'll recall that we just recently had the big cleanup event where we did 30 miles of street cleanup with volunteers. Like that was phenomenal. That was a big deal. And then the next thing on the supplemental request that I know you guys are all waiting to talk about, and you probably have a lot of questions, is the pilot program for front yard landscaping, which we're really excited about. So, in discussions with the city manager's office and code compliance specifically, a lot of times when they go out and they engage with somebody who's having difficulty with their front yard landscaping and things like that, there are some concerns that maybe people can't afford to do the things that they need to do. Maybe they're disabled, maybe they're senior, and just can't get out there and do that work. And so we were asked to come up with a plan to see if we could provide some assistance to homeowners to help eliminate some of that blight in the community that can result in code compliance complaints. So what we had initially proposed is what Kevin had kind of mentioned, 25 houses up to $5,000. However, Michelle is fantastic at working partnerships, right? And so what we're actually looking to do with this pilot program is leverage these one-time dollars with some other partners. So you'll recall that during Super Bowl, we worked with the Ocotillo Rose neighborhood in rebuilding together. And they came in and were able to do some minor home rehab and landscaping work and things like that for 6 households in a specific neighborhood. And so what we're hoping to be able to do with this pilot program is leverage these dollars as matching funds, or at least contributing funds with other partners, potentially corporate stewardship from the business community, in order to create more significant neighborhood impacts. And we want to make sure that it's a data-driven approach, so we'll be working very closely with the Code Compliance Department and likely the Police Department to identify strategic neighborhoods where we can really go in and make a really good visual impact in that neighborhood. But very specifically wanting to focus on distressed areas, low-income areas, in order to make sure that we're meeting that population and that need of someone that may not be able to care for their property. So one of the things that, we've kind of talked about that might be cool, because a lot of times it's weeds, right, in front yards. Could we put together as part of this program something where we go out and we canvass a neighborhood and we put a flyer on the door that says, hey, we're going to be out, it's a low-income neighborhood, we're going to voluntarily spray for weeds. If you want us to do that for you, check this box and leave it on your door. Things like that, we're trying to get creative with how we can create those maximize the impact, but also leverage our dollars. So there's a lot that will need to be worked out if this is approved by the City Council, and I would expect to obviously report back to you on what that program structure might look like and how we're going to communicate it, and how we would identify neighborhoods.
Thank you, Mayor. I know some of us have had a discussion among ourselves about, will this be in conjunction with code compliance? Because we had said before, a lot of times people receive a code violation. It may be an elderly couple on a fixed income. They're just not either able to physically, financially, they don't have the support. Sometimes it's just a matter of getting some volunteers to help come and clean it up for them. So when they receive, would it be like if you receive a code violation for dirt front yard, would there be some information included in there to say that we have a grant program available, and then have them be directed to engage with whether they need volunteers, because we got lots of people in the community that want to volunteer for things like this, or whether there would be a candidate for one of these grants, but if it was in conjunction with how code works, so that when they get a notice that they're in violation, that their notice also includes that there are resources available for them if they don't have and then obviously there have to be some qualifying it wouldn't just be for anybody, to use, but somebody who literally needed the help. But is that how we're planning on rolling this out?
Mayor and Councilmember Tolmachov, we envision that we'll be working very closely with RIC and Code to identify how we're communicating the information and how we're assisting. In your example, what we want to make sure that we're able to do is if we have, because obviously resources are going to be finite, and if we were going around to all over the city, 50 different places, it might be difficult to coordinate 50 different projects, but if we could make sure that if we're addressing specific geographic areas of the community, that would be ideal, because we'd be able to leverage the volunteers. And so think of a big community cleanup day. So I'll go back to that Ocotillo Rose neighborhood example that we just recently did. That was 4 hours in one day, and I'll call it kind of like a blitz, where we were going into one neighborhood and really addressing a need in a neighborhood. So yes, I understand that there are individuals out there that might have a need and maybe their neighbors don't. And so we want to come up with an option for them as well. But we definitely want to make sure that we're trying to serve as many people as possible with these little dollars.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. On the surface, this pilot program for front yard landscaping is a great idea. I just want to relate a situation that happened to me, maybe 5-7 years ago. Well, longer than that, maybe 10 years ago, where I had an individual who was constantly being cited because she had a dirt yard, she had weeds, she couldn't afford to do anything about it. I tried to get city resources to help her and was told at the time that it could not be done. The city could not gift, because in essence this is what it was, gift money for products or services to an individual, private individual. So I guess what I want to hear eventually from the city attorney is, this was a no-no about 10 years ago. Now all of a sudden it's a yes, yes. And I'd like to know the legal justification that allows the city to use taxpayer funds for the benefit of a private entity? You don't have to answer that right now, but I would like an answer to it, because that bothers me. I think the whole premise of the program is an excellent one, but I'm not sure it's, as far as I'm concerned, that it's legal, unless things have changed dramatically. The second thing that I want to bring up is the idea of using a volunteer coordinator to recruit people to work at the library is absolutely fantastic. I applaud that initiative. Do you have any idea, because if you don't, I do. Do you have any idea what the equivalent of those volunteer hours are in terms of the equivalent of FTEs that we are actually saving on?
Mayor and Vice Mayor, I don't have that at my fingertips.
Well, a little bird gave it to me, and it's 13 FTEs, which is a tremendous payback for the volunteer coordinator position. That volunteer coordinator recruited enough people to, in essence, do the work of 13 full-time FTEs. And you and the volunteer coordinator are to be applauded and congratulated for that. The last comment I'm going to make is not a reflection on you, but it is something that has bothered me for several years. You are a wonderful community development services director. I have never seen anybody like you in that position. You just embraced it wholeheartly. You've started a lot of wonderful initiatives. This is your niche. I know who appointed you, and that person was prescient to have appointed you to this, because you just dove in, and the passion and the energy you bring to that program is absolutely phenomenal. So it's not a reflection on you, what I'm about to say, but I've always felt that library services is like an orphan, is like a second-class little citizen. I'm not sure it belongs with community services. I'm not sure it belongs with arts. It belongs somewhere, I think, where someone can give it more attention than it is currently receiving. Again, that's not a reflection on you and your efforts, because I applaud the fact that the library hours have been increased, so that shows that you are paying attention to the needs of the library. But all I would ask is senior management to take a look at the library, and is there some place within the organization that it's a better fit? Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Aldama's next.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is a great program. Just recently, I had an elderly citizen call my office, and I spoke with her personally, and she asked if there was a way that I can help her mow her yard. And I said, yeah, I can go to your yard for you, but after we went to go look at it, the weeds were seriously 3 to 4 feet tall. So what I didn't know really what to do, so I called a landscape company and asked if they would volunteer, and this absolutely took them 2 days to get the yard done. Michelle Yates helped us with some volunteers as well. I did that several times with community members in the El Cotillo district. So I think this is a great program. Excuse me. What I'd like to see, though, I'd like to go through the pilot program because it'll give us some data, but I'd like to adopt that as a program, not a pilot program, and like pretty quickly because it's needed everywhere. But I do want you to know that while some of the needs have been in the El Cotillo district, we shouldn't just focus on low income. There's people who are not low income that are disabled that just can't get to their yard, and they'll reach out for help. So it's citywide. It's not just my district, but my district has had a lot of issues and a lot of needs. But I think we moved pretty quickly to find out where we need to improve through the pilot program, but make it a permanent program as soon as we can. And we should reach out to a lot of our landscape companies that we have now, that we are in pretty large sums for contracts, that they should come out and volunteer as well. Some of the right-of-way maintenance contracts as well. Thank you, Gene.
Mr. Milner?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Moreno, I really appreciate everything you do in this department. I've been really excited to see you take charge and really make a difference in all of the functions that you're over. In particular, I really want to give you my support for the library increase in library hours. I think that's something that our community has been asking for a long time. And you've reached out specifically to, I mean, schools you have responded to their request, basically, which is going to, again, that's what libraries are for learning, and it's going to just enhance that. I appreciate that. Regarding the pilot program, I really appreciate you taking this initiative to move forward on it. I know we've done the same within my district, and we've had discussions about this, and I'm really happy to see this move forward. I'm sure our legal's already looked at this, and my understanding is that when you're looking at beautification, which this basically looks at, that it is allowable under current laws regarding gifts. And in my own district, I have a program similar to this, using district funds, where when we find someone through code or otherwise that has a need for having rocks placed or whatnot, that we've been able to use those funds, and it's been very beneficial for those residents. So I appreciate all you're doing, and especially these two programs, very much in support of them, and hope that they will be very successful.
Councilmember Tomacho.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that when I was talking about the working in conjunction with code, I wasn't necessarily speaking just about the grant money, but also about connecting volunteers to residents who may need literally just, and we get people all the time, and I know I refer them to our volunteer coordinator, that it's church groups, it's Boy Scouts, it's all kinds of civic organizations. Ian and I have gone and shoveled rock to help, as our Rotary Club's done it. There's all kinds of volunteer, we've gone on a Saturday morning to help somebody become compliant without the city's help, but we've got all kinds of volunteers, and I would think that it would be a valuable resource even for code to say, if you may qualify for a volunteer group to assist you, at least to make the connection to say, rather than just get a letter and say they throw it in the trash because they can't comply. At least let them know that there may be some resources available to you. Can you contact our volunteer coordinator and see if we might be able to assist you in finding some volunteers to help you clean this up and get you into compliance? And so it's not only about money. We've got a great community. We've got a lot of people that are willing to help, and I just think that it kind of makes a lot of sense to try to connect the two, because I know I've talked to people who say they know they can't comply. It was the guy. How many of those did the guy that we went and helped throw? He threw away so many letters that it was going to court because he couldn't bring himself into compliance. So we just want to, if there's a way to prevent that, and we've got the resources in our community, people are willing to go spend a Saturday morning helping somebody, I'd love that we would be able to make the connection. Thank you.
Councilmember Turner.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief because others have covered it as well. I just appreciate what you do, what your department does. I'm happy to see that we're increasing our employee base for recruiting volunteers and getting back to doing neighborhood projects. And as Councilmember Tomachoff mentioned, also the ability to include religious groups, civic organizations, random people who just want to do something better for their community. HOAs may have that as well, that they can reach out and see if they have volunteers that just want to make Glendale a better place to live. And if, along with everything else we're known for, if we're known for the city with the most volunteers, making the biggest difference in the lives of the people in our community, I'd like to be able to cheer you on for that as well. Thank you.
So the next slide just goes over a couple of supplemental requests related to our grant funds. So this is essentially carryover from this year, unspent funds that's getting carried over in our grant line items. And then the next slide, the emergency shelter the same, that is carryover grant dollars so that we can expend those in the next budget year. In the housing public activities, I am requesting a new FTE, a Community Services Program Coordinator. So we have, as part of our Tier 2 strategic plan, we have established a performance measure that we'd like to start increasing graduation rates from our housing programs. In order to do that, we need to be able to provide wraparound services for participants in those programs, which we aren't currently set up to provide. So really working with clients on developing a long-term sustainability plan. So that is the new FTE for that position. We'll primarily have them working with clients who are already in our Family Self-Sufficiency Program, which is a program that HUD offers where a portion of their paid rent can go into an escrow account, and they go through a planning process, and then at the end they can use that escrow money for things like education or potentially to buy a home. So we need to provide more support for those families who are interested in graduating from our programs. We anticipate this growing those services over the next several years. We asked for one position to get rolling, because we do think that this position, in conjunction with some of the success coach positions that we are actually hiring for right now in our community action program, and as well as success coach positions for the families who have exited homelessness and have been placed in housing, helping to continue to provide supportive services. And with that, any other final questions? Okay, thank you.
Our next presentation, actually our next two presentations, the Budget and Finance Department and the Non-Departmental Department, will be presented by Mr. Levi Gibson.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm hoping to get us back on track, so this will go pretty quickly. As you know, Budget and Finance is a very important department within the city. Currently have about 74.5 FTEs, and that's split between Budget and Finance and our non-departmental group. As far as overall salaries, that's about $8.4 million. Our operating is just under $3.5 million, and our internal services are just under $1 million. Wanted to highlight a couple of our performance measures. Particularly, I wanted to highlight our bond rating and note that over the last couple years, we've been able to increase our bond rating. So with regards to Standards & Poor's, we went from a AA- to a AA, and the same for our water and sewer revenue bonds. So we've been able to increase that bond rating. And for those citizens that may not know what a bond rating is, that's really the credit rating for the city. And that means that by increasing and getting a better bond rating, we're able to go out and secure financing at better rates for the citizens as we build our capital improvements throughout the city. Second, I wanted to highlight another measure, and really that's the percentage of call center calls that are answered within 1 minute. For 22, that was 54%. For 23, we're estimating that's 80%. So we're getting much better at that through some changes that we've made in the customer service center so that we can more directly respond to those folks that call in on our call center. A couple of accomplishments for us. The 2022 Government Finance Officers Association for Distinguished Budget. We received that again this year. We also received the 2021 Government Finance Officers Association Award for Excellence in Financial Reporting. One of the ways that we're trying to get better is we also, in coordination with our partners in human resources and IT, we successfully implemented a Munis upgrade. On to our supplementals. Our first supplemental is an increase in our external audit contract for $50,000. That's really due to two reasons. One, the contract cost is increasing, but additionally, because of all the federal funds that we've received through CARES, through ARPA, our auditors are required to audit additional programs that weren't considered when that contract was initially bid out. Additionally, we're asking for $5,000 for Debt Book Online software. That's a software that helps us produce our comprehensive annual financial report, specifically for two new GASB standards that were implemented. GASB 87 is a new lease reporting standard, and GASB 96 will be within the current year, and that's for SPITAs, that's software-based IT arrangements. We have to treat those differently, and it's very complex, so this software helps us do that for our Act for reporting. Additionally, we're asking for some additional dollars within the collections group to use some specialized collection services. One of the things that we've had a hard time within finance is recruiting for a couple of positions. Within accounting, recruiting accountants has become more difficult, and recruiting procurement professionals has become more difficult. With that, one of the things that I'd like to do is implement a internship process so that we can reach out to the local colleges and try and get accounting students to come and work in finance so that they know how good working for a municipality is, and that it's a very interesting career. It can provide for your family, and so we're asking for some temporary pay to implement an internship program. Additionally, we've had 2 reclasses, one an IT systems analyst senior, and we were reclassing a customer service supervisor due to the span of control within customer service. And additionally, we have the car allowance that you've heard about with regards to the other groups. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Page 37. Yesterday, the engineering department talked about how they recognize the importance of paying vendors promptly. How they tried to get their goal is to get 100% paid within X amount of time. I noticed that the 2021 actual was 93% of the vendors were paid. Target for 2024 is 90%. It's gone down. So tell me, how many vendors are you dealing with on either a monthly or an annual basis? And why can't you achieve the same kind of goal that the engineering department is of paying these people within 30 days? I mean, they're hanging out there waiting for their money.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Clark, great question. One of the reasons why we've set the 30 days invoice date is typically within our contracts, we have a 30-day payment window from when we receive an invoice. There's 2 reasons why we look at the 30 days. One is cash management. We want to pay people within that 30 days so that we earn interest on the cash we hold. Secondly, we also shoot to pay people when we are able to obtain payment terms within the negotiated contract. So for example, if you pay somebody within 10 days, we would like to take a 2% discount. So we shoot to pay those first so that we can discount those payments. And those are typical within the business world, that the faster you pay, you're able to take a discount on those services. One of the things we're implementing for this coming year that will help us pay people faster, but also be a benefit to the city, is something that's called a ghost card. So that's the ability to pay somebody through essentially a credit card. They can process it on their side as fast as we can pay it, but we also get a rebate back from the bank based on the amount of volume we process. So that's one way we're working to pay people faster, but also achieve a savings to the city, is through that Ghost Card program that will be implemented at the end of this current fiscal year.
Mayor, that's all great, but you still haven't answered my question. 10% of your vendors are hanging out there beyond 30 days waiting to get paid. That's the issue. Why aren't you shooting for 100% of those vendors being, I mean, I love the Ghost Card program, all this, that's great. But according to your own data, not everyone's getting paid in a timely manner.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, one of the things that I should have additionally said is a lot of times the people that aren't getting paid within that 30 days, there is a issue with the invoice that we're trying to resolve. So that may be the invoice was miscalculated by the vendor, and we're reaching out to them to try and resolve that. Those are the kind of things that typically take longer, is when we have issues that we're trying to resolve with that particular bill. And that may be, we don't work in a centralized manner for accounts payable. So all the bills go to the city departments. They work through the city departments and eventually end up within finance for payment. So if there are any issues that we need to resolve, we resolve them and then get them paid. But we want to make sure that every payment that we make is accurate and that we don't mispay somebody that we shouldn't have paid.
I agree with everything you've said. So you're basically telling me that roughly 10% of the vendor invoices are in dispute, and that's why they're not getting paid within 30 days.
Mayor, Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Clark, I wouldn't say that they're in dispute, but there are things that take longer to resolve than the 30 days.
Okay, but you're saying that that's the reason
Yes,
why 10% are hanging out there?
yes.
Thank you.
Let me do a follow-up question. So the time that's set, is that when the bill's received, when they actually send a bill in, or from the time that the work is finished or the product's been delivered?
Mayor, was specific to this measure, that's from the date on the invoice. So when an invoice is received, it'll have a date on it. It's the date that the vendor invoices us.
Okay, well, because I think something that, at least what I experienced when I had my business and dealt with different municipalities, if the people don't bill the city quicker, then there's going to be a delay there, which is not the city's fault. It's actually the people doing the billing. So, I think that one more layer to what you're talking about to maybe answer her question. Okay, actually, Aldamo's next, and then you.
Thank you, Mayor. I too, my day job, have to process hundreds and hundreds of invoices, so I feel for you, and there's always a percentage that's out there lingering. They're called revisions, and they're just simply called mistakes on their end. What I want to know, I guess not, no, I just make a comment. While you've got a number here of 10% that are hanging out there, you probably haven't talked about how many invoices you guys are chasing, where our staff is calling the vendor and say, hey, you haven't invoiced us, we want to pay you. So there's probably 20% of those. So not to focus on the percentages that are still out there for multiple reasons, but I have to chase invoices all the time. We want to pay you. Can you get, no, we'll give it to you next month. And it sits out 60 days. And then the clock starts, as you said, from the day you send it. So I want to recognize that I firsthand know what you go through, probably not at your level, but several hundred of them. Some people don't like the bill, and they don't like the bill on time, and I guess they have money, and they'll wait till the end of the fiscal year, and you have to chase them down like crazy. So I'm sure there's a significant amount of invoices that you guys chase down, so thank you. One last question on that, if I may. Not concerned, but you do have, I went back, where is it? You talk about the percentage of sole source procurement that you guys process. You don't talk about how many sole source contracts we have out there. So now I won't make you go look for them, but do we have a significant amount, and of those sole source procurement, are they high dollar amounts, or are they just really low level sole source? And for those who don't know what sole source is it's only one vendor, one manufacturer can get you the services or the product. Therefore, we don't have to go through a formal process of bidding. They're sole sourcing that's justifiable. But are they high dollar amounts? And do we have many?
Mayor, Councilmember Aldama, I'd have to look to get you a count of the exact number. I can tell you that they're split probably more towards the lower end of the spectrum, and it's typically for specialized things that are used either by the police department. Those that do have a little bit higher dollar threshold are those specialized equipment that's used within water, that off the top of my head, that are used in the plants, and because of the way the warranties work and the way the plants work, they are required to use specific technology within those. I can definitely get you more information on the total number of sole sources that we have and break it down by the dollar thresholds of those sole sources.
What I'd like to see, and I don't believe this happens, when items of procurement come through the council during a regular voting meeting for approval, if they're over the dollar amount threshold, it has to come through us, that's not administrative and is sole source. I feel the council should know that it's sole source, and I don't believe it comes that way. So if police had a product that they had to buy and it was only sole source and it's over the 50,000 threshold and we have to approve it, I believe the council should know that it's sole source and there's no other methods of procuring that product but through that one vendor. So I'd like to see that, but if in due time, if you have that information you just offered, I'd like to see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out that probably a lot of or at least some part of that 10% are because the vendor may not even be registered yet with the city, so you've got to go through that process. So I just wanted to point that out because that's happened to me before when I've done things from a district meeting or other things. If the vendor's not registered with the city, you've got to get that done. They've already sent an invoice, but we can't pay it because they're not registered. So, and I suspect that happens probably relatively frequently. Thank you, Mayor.
Next.
All right, we'll move on to non-departmental. Non-departmental, this is a budgeted area that we use this for a couple different things. One, this is where the 2024 final 4 expenditures are budgeted. Additionally, we budgeted for the ASTA sales tax rebates within this. And we also, a large majority of memberships are paid for the city through the non-departmental. This includes Westmark, the League of Arizona Cities and Towns, Maricopa Association of Governments, and the National League of Cities. And it should be noted that recently, as yesterday, we were contacted by the executive director of Westmark asking if the city would increase its membership level. Currently, we spend about $6,000 with Westmark, and they requested that we increase that membership level to $20,000. And that's the level that our neighboring cities are at. Budget and Finance has looked at this, and we do have sufficient capacity within non-departmental to increase that contribution level if the council so decides.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like a little bit more detail on that, but I do have a question because I don't see the GPEC, and maybe that was part of economic development, but I also don't see the Glendale Chamber of Commerce listed here either.
Mayor, Councilmember Tomilchoff, GPEC is paid through economic development.
Okay.
The chamber, I believe, is paid through non-departmental. We just didn't list all the memberships that we pay on this slide.
Is the membership going to be paid for? Well, this would be the point where I think that decision would need to be made. And I'd also like to know, I know that there's tiers, and then I think it affords with Westmark, with regard to Westmark, it affords the city, I think, rather than paying for tables at some of the events. So if you, I don't know if anybody has that information, but I'd like to know, I think that a higher level membership also comes with some benefit too. So I'd like to have somebody walk us through that.
Mayor and Council, I'll turn that question over to Mr. Stoddard.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Tomilchoff, you're correct. There's different, there's a spectrum of levels of membership at Westmark. Levi had mentioned that currently we pay a $6,000, which is a lower level membership, but that requires us to then purchase individual tables for the different events that we attend. And we do attend those events from Best of the West to the Governor's State of the West Valley address and all of that. So the $20,000 level will come with tables to all of those events. There are other series of other benefits that come with the ability to place. Right now, I think we're restricted on the number of people we can have sit on a different committee. This will allow us access to have a member on any committee that Westmark functions at. We also then will have sponsorship levels. We'll be recognized as a sponsor at every event that takes place, rather than having to, you know, if we wanted to go purchase a sponsorship for a specific event or whatever. And Councilmember Malnar, who's our representative on the board of directors at Westmark, has more experience kind of in what's going on in that organization and some of the changes. So the $20,000 level, as Levi said, would be consistent with where our other cities are Valley and their participation of that organization.
Mayor, if I could, I don't have a problem with that, but I'd like to also have the chamber membership question also. I don't know if we need to have an open discussion about that or what.
Well, before we go there, Mr. Milner?
Yeah, I just wanted to address the Westmark. Last year, with the additional tables, I reached out. What we actually paid was $13,000. With the additional tables we purchased, which was a limited number of tables. And so to answer your question, Councilmember Talmadge, this level does definitely provide those additional tables. And I really do encourage the council to be more engaged with Westmark. Over the past few years, we haven't had an increase in our fees since 2014. And this really will help the organization, but there's been numerous activities going on at Westmark. And what I wanted to do is just very briefly let you know what I have seen. In large organizations that are part of Westmark include Abrazo, Arizona Cardinals, Banner Health, Bell Bank, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Bowman Consulting, Cactus League, Credit Union, West, Desert Diamond, Dignity Health, Glendale Community, Glendale Elementary, Lincoln Properties, Magnet Group, Midwestern University, Mission of Mercy, Phoenix Children's Hospital, Topgolf, United Health, Washington Elementary, Westmec. Those are the large groups that are participating in Westmark. And I think having a higher level of representation really says a lot to these organizations, because I have been approached at times saying, well, where's Glendale? And then they see that we're not sponsoring some of these events where this will give us automatic sponsorship. And so I really think it'll be a great benefit. Secondly, I would invite council to really consider participating in some of the committees that are at Westmark. Education, economic development, quality of life, and many others that I think we don't, I think I'm the only member participating now. I'm on the executive board, and I really had a great opportunity there to interact and to, I think, make a difference in our community. And so I invite you to also participate, and I think moving us to that level will open that up a little bit more and allow us to do that, and I appreciate your confidence in doing so. Thank you.
Good.
It's my understanding from what Councilmember Malnar just said that the delta then would actually be probably in the neighborhood of $7,000. It would increase our visibility and also help us support an organization that is important for the whole West Valley, and the other are not just the business partners that he mentioned, but also the other cities here in the West Valley. It's just part of what we talk about as being a partner here in the West Valley, and I would certainly support going to the $20,000 level. And additionally, I would like to have a conversation now about the Chamber of Commerce dues, whether they're included in the budget, what they were last year, and
Mayor and Council, so Jesse texted Vicki real quick. The chamber membership is included with the Economic Development Department, not within non-departmental, so I apologize for that correction.
thank you. Is it in their budget to be renewed for next year?
Hi, Mayor and Council. And I have that same voice issue as well that Vice Mayor Clark has. It is built into our base budget, so every year we've paid $20,000 for that annual membership. So it's currently in our base budget, should council desire to maintain that membership. We've also acknowledged that there's also basic membership levels that we could get that don't necessarily require that same amount. As we've been changing our model as well in economic development, we've also explored other opportunities for other memberships, so GPEC does come out of economic development. We've also been paying the Canada-Arizona Business Council out of our department, and then there's been some other memberships that we've started to explore that would be beneficial to economic development as well. So it is built into the base budget should council want to move forward with a city membership.
Well, I'm certainly in favor of moving forward with it at the 20,000 level we've been at. I realize that there's some issues that need to be worked out, but or perhaps do. But I think the membership is important to the city. I think it's important to the chamber, and I think it's important to our business community at large. And I, for one, make a practice of not letting my personal differences get in the way of my city position, and I think that we should continue with this membership. Thank you.
Mayor?
Actually, Vice Mayor's next.
Thank you, Mayor. I doubt that I have support, but I would recommend that we withdraw our membership from the chamber at the current time. I personally believe that its goals, mission and objectives no longer align with that of the cities. And until I see some change in their philosophy and mission with regard to alignment with the city, I am not interested in remaining, or the city remaining as a member. Thank you, Mayor.
Bill Dallin.
Thank you, Mayor. The increase for Westmark, I agree with. If it continues a really strong relationship and there's tangibles there, then yeah, absolutely. With regard to the chamber, yeah, I see absolutely no reason in a renewal if it's already in the budget. There are deliverables and tangibles that the Glendale Chamber of Commerce brings to us. They're approximately, I'm not exact sure, but approximately 1,400 members strong. They work with business owners, and quite frankly, some of the really large projects that come to Glendale go to the Glendale Chamber first. And they test the waters with the Glendale Chamber, and they speak highly of the city of Glendale. And I think there's deliverables there that do align with the city of Glendale, and I would be in support of renewing the chamber contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. For one thing, I mean, at least for me, I would like to know what memberships are being proposed in the budget, so I would ask that going forward that those are included in the presentation, so that I wouldn't have to ask, are we staying in GPEC, are we not staying? So I think that should, I think just as an elected official, I want to be informed on what memberships does the city have. As far as the chamber, what was recommended, what membership level is recommended in the economic development budget?
So, Mayor, Councilmember Tolmachev, so we had continued, because it was built into our base budget, the $20,000 membership that we have had with the chamber until most recently was a customized membership with them. So it included the President's Circle membership that they have, and then additional services. So it was actually a contract that the City Council approves every 3 years. So at this stage, if we were to move forward with that $20,000, it would be a rewrite of a contract again with terms and obligations between the city and the chamber. So it's not a renewal of a contract, it would be a new contract at that $20,000 level.
Okay. Yeah, I think that, I mean, I'm fine with doing that. I don't know what deliverables were in that contract, because it's not, it's below what council would have to approve, so I don't really know what the deliverables were. And if that's something that, you know, the rest of the council's looking for at this point. So I don't, I mean, I think we should remain a member. I don't think we should lower membership level, but I don't know whether everybody's on board with whatever the deliverables were, so.
Were you finished?
Anybody? I'm finished, yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'm good.
Mr. Miller.
Yes, just a quick question. What other levels are available? You know, we may have members that are not in agreement with the 20,000 level. What other levels are available?
Mayor, Councilmember Melner, so it's our understanding that the chamber provides that information when you decide to have a membership. They'll walk through that process. What we've received some information about, for instance, that President's Circle, we believe that to be around, say, the $12,000 or $13,000 range. It would have to be a conversation with the chamber, however, because they provide that individually when they communicate with you about the number of employees that you have in an organization and what some of those services are. We've never had to have that conversation because we've always done a customized membership, because the city is unique versus the way that businesses communicate with the chamber.
Okay, I do see the value of having some membership with the chamber, and so I would like to, you know, have that discussion to see where it is. I know, just like Westmark, there's benefits to being a member. I know there's issues going on right now, and I would expect those to be addressed in this contract. If we do something, they have to be addressed. We can't continue forward with the kind of negative rhetoric that we've seen from certain parties and it needs to cease. And I want to make it publicly known that that's the purpose or the reason why there was concerns in the past, is negative rhetoric, and that needs to stop. Somehow we need to address that. If we decide to move forward, it must be addressed in this contract. Thank you.
Mr. Hugh.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with Westmark with the new dollar amount, and I appreciate Councilmember Malinar working with them. Also, we need to continue our membership with the chamber, and I think things will be addressed and everything's going to be fine. Thank you.
Mayor, thank you. I think Councilmember Malinar clarified the issue, which is a lot of negativism coming out of the chamber. So when is this contract up for renewal?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Clark, it would be a new contract that we would bring in the next several months before the beginning of the fiscal year.
Okay, in the next several months. I would very much, and I think this council would like to see what deliverables are in this contract. And at that time, at least I know I'll make a decision as to whether it's beneficial to remain within the chamber or not. I don't believe in rewarding bad behavior. And that's what we've been seeing over the past several months, is bad behavior. And why would you pay for it? It's beyond me. So again, I lean on the side of terminating the contract at this point. I know there is not consensus to do so, but I would urge my colleagues to go over whatever the final contract negotiations produce with a fine-tooth comb. And as Councilmember Malinar said, it better have an assurance that the negativism will stop. Thank you.
And I guess I'll go ahead and add my 2 cents. A few months ago, when we decided to no longer participate with the chamber, at that time I was asked, would I ever in the future consider coming back to the chamber? And I said, not at this time. Now, that was a few months ago. If it can be proven that we can work together for the benefit of our citizens, for our businesses, I have no problem with that. But again, I need that same reassurance that that the rhetoric stops. It has to stop. It's not beneficial to the city. It's not beneficial to the chamber, which everybody knows for years. I doubt there was probably 5 things that I didn't make. I mean, I typically was at every one of them because I do believe in the chamber. And I made that clear to the board when we had our last discussion. So, after World War II, we became best friends with Germany and Japan, and I guess there's always hope. But if we can solve some of the problems that we had in the past for the future, I think it's beneficial to everybody. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been my experience sometimes when things get to this point that there's responsibility to be shared by everyone. So I would hope that even on the city's part, the city representative's part, I mean, I haven't taken part in any of this, but I'm just saying is that, everybody lay down their swords and be willing to work together. If that doesn't happen, this is not going to be worked out. So everybody needs to accept their own part of the responsibility of how we got here. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody, but I'm just saying generally when things get to this point, there's shared blame among everyone. I know I point to myself when something gets to the point where a pot boils over, I need to also accept my responsibility and what I had to do with letting that pot boil over. So just want to say that first. Secondly, in the event that not everyone is in agreement with whatever, if we can't come to terms, because it's my understanding that we had sort of a special arrangement with the chamber. So if we can't come to an agreement on whatever those special arrangements are, I still think we should be a member of the chamber. I want to put that out there now, and I know that there are higher level memberships that are not special arrangements. So what do you have any information? If you don't, when you come back with the contract, I'd like to know what those are, because I'm not sure whether we're gonna be able to resolve this to everybody's satisfaction, but I still feel, even if we can't, that we should still participated in the chamber on just a regular standard, high-level supportive membership with the Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Tomachev, I believe that to be an option. So our first, attempt will be a contract as we've done based on what we have allocated in the budget and the feedback here. If that doesn't work, we are able to maintain what is a basic membership with the chamber that would come from economic development, and it wouldn't be a contracted amount, it would be an annual fee that we pay.
Okay, so that'd be, Mayor, if I could, a follow-up item that'll come back to us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I hear a lot of blame being pushed over to the chamber, and look, if that's what people want to do, that's fine, but there's a difference between defending yourself and being attacked. Defending yourself oftentimes happens in public. Being attacked oftentimes happens behind closed doors. So I'm with Councilmember Tomachev. If there's some issues that need to be addressed, then get them addressed. But there's a lot of value in the city of Glendale and any municipality having a relationship with their local chamber. And the Glendale Chamber of Commerce is no exception. We need to have a relationship with them. And if we can't get to the bottom of maybe some issues that are occurring with certain members of the council and the chamber, then those need to be fixed. If not, then we still need a basic relationship with them. And if that's monetary, then that's monetary. Thank you.
Our next presentation is organizational performance, and the presenter is Ms. Stanfield.
Actually, we're going to take a break first.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so it's 11 o'clock now. Let's be back here by 11:15. All right, folks, it's 11:15. If we can get everybody at their seats, we'll get started.
Reaching out to you. Yeah. Yeah.
I've talked to him several times lately.
Our next presentation will be organizational performance, which will be presented by Ms. Stanfield.
Mayor?
Yeah, one second before you start your presentation. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, before we move on to the next presentation, I've given the whole chamber concept a second look, talked to some people, and I will say this. If the issues can be resolved between the chamber and the city, and if we can start fresh and know that some of the past behaviors will stop, then at that point, I would be willing to support the chamber. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the budget for the Department of Organizational Performance. So our mission statement, we are here to make Glendale the most effective at making decisions through the use of data. And we're also here to increase the transparency through continuous improvement. Our operating budget here, you see most of it is allocated to salaries, and then we have a small piece there of 26% that is primarily contracted services and software maintenance. Moving into our performance measures, we work with all of the departments to make sure that we are keeping track of the data inventory, which is knowing what data assets that our organization has and that we have the ability to maintain them well. So we have a few departments that we're waiting for on that information, but as of right now, we have estimated that we'll be at 85%, and our target is to have 100% completion from all of those departments. We also, this year, we were able to have the ability to create a data ethics training, and so the entire city was able to take that training, so that will be able to help us educate our data stewards. So we had 100% completion on that. Our next objective is that of the What Works Cities program. And so back in April of 2022, we achieved the gold certification level. And so we continue to hold that certification level as it is good for up to 3 years. And then in June of 2022, the What Works Cities program updated their criteria for achieving certification. So since then, we've been working on this fiscal year to make sure that we work in collaboration with the city manager's office to not only keep that criteria level, but also we'll be working to up our level to attempt to get the platinum certification. So that's why you'll see our target of FY24 is at 86%, as we need to hit 86% of those criteria to receive platinum.
Last one.
And I just want to go over a few of our FY23 accomplishments. And so we'll start first with the Balanced Scorecard Tier 2. So I want to give just a little bit of a summary of what that Balanced Scorecard process has looked like over this past fiscal year. So we have our Tier 1 level that is complete, which is our citywide balanced scorecard. And so we have been working with all of the departments this year to cascade into the Tier 2, which is called their department level strategic plan. And so we've broken that process up into 4 different levels, which is to identify, to plan, to execute, and to review. So in the identify phase, we collaborated with the departments and we tried to make sure that we had at least 2 representatives from each department that would take the official balanced scorecard training. So they have been officially certified and have received a balanced scorecard professional certificate. And so from there, then we went into each of those departments and we had a team range from all levels in their departments, ranging from 8 to 15 participants who worked on developing their department scorecard. And some of the elements of those scorecards included producing a SWOT analysis, a customer value proposition, looking at their purpose statements, and then we also were able to put together some objective, intended results, and key performance indicators. So then we moved into the plan phase, is which we took that scorecard that the departments had put together, and we made sure that we ran them past their department directors and executive teams, and then that product was then approved by the city manager's office. And as of today, we have 15 of the 19 departments that were identified as having to complete a balanced scorecard. They have completed that. And then we have the other remaining 4 are already in the works, and we plan to have those completed by the end of this fiscal year. And then we'll be able to move into the execution phase, which is where our department will then go back to those departments and we'll make sure that we have a platform to help them identify those KPIs and work on those KPIs, and we'll have a mechanism to help measure and make sure that we continue to work towards that process improvement. So we're hoping to, in this next fiscal year, to obtain a performance management software, which will do a couple of things for us. It'll help us to consolidate and have all those KPIs put together for all those departments, and also to be able to automate, and then we'll also be able to pull reports that we can look at the status of those KPIs at any given time. Our next accomplishment is that of data governance, and we've done a great job of working with the departments as well in our data analyst networking group. And so this is an internal employee group that was created, in which we work with the departments to make sure that we're continuing to upskill the analysts in those departments. And so that group has increased to 80 employees internally, and so they now have a community of experts that can all collaborate together. Some of the trainings that we have provided, as they're done quarterly, include Power BI training as well as Tableau software training. And then we also encourage the departments to send representatives that are willing to share some of the success stories that they have achieved. And so some of the topics that have been covered as they spoke to the groups have included importance of data, GIS, data governance, and open data. And then that leads me into our open data. And so for this fiscal year, we were able to add an additional open data set that has already been published, and that is for police calls for service. And then we have 2 in the works that we hope to have published before the end of the fiscal year, which include business licensing and code compliance cases. We also have been able to work with the departments to develop several performance dashboards. And so I'll share a few of them with you. We created a council-facing code compliance dashboard, which provides you all with a visual way to understand the status and volume of code cases. We also completed our Parks Water Budget Dashboard to help maintenance teams understand how much water is being used versus the recommended water budget. We also completed a Parks Billing Dashboard that helps their administration team to more accurately and quickly track the water bills and usage. And we also helped complete a City Drought Management Dashboard as well. And our last accomplishment I want to cover is that of community involvement. And we're proud that we have our interactions with 15 cities across Maricopa County, as we are members of the Valley Benchmark Communities. And our own Jenny Durda continues to be the chair of that group. And we took the lead this year, City of Glendale, and making sure that we collaborated with all of those departments to look at all the metrics that they are currently tracking, and to make sure that they are apples per apple as we look at those. We also have a continued partnership with that of Arizona Data Coalition. And then last, we have a partnership with the Business Data Analytics Program at Arizona State University. And we're able to not only come in as career advisors, but we also are able to work with the students in their capstone class. And they're able to get real world experience working with government data. So we were able to work with that group this year in their fall and spring semesters. And so we had 8 groups who worked on 2 different projects for Glendale. And those 2 projects that they looked at were data around library and fire data. And so from this, we're also hoping that we'll be able to work with those students and create a pipeline as well, and have them engage in potential employees for our city. Next slide, please. And for our supplemental requests, we are requesting ongoing funding for our continued benchmarking survey capabilities. We recently completed a community survey, which right now we're still working with the vendor on the final report. And so we plan to have the results presented to you all in our May 9th council workshop. And so we're asking that we get funding for this, so that way we can have alternate use of this survey on a 2-year cycle. So in year 1, we plan to do similar to the National Community Survey, which we did. And then in the alternate years, we'll be able to break that down into mini surveys. And so we'll be able to do some more specific ones based on department needs, city manager needs, or anything, or any other topics that our residents might need to have addressed. As part of that subscription, we would have the ability to create surveys, polls, and even live polls during our meetings if we want to dig deeper into our residential needs. Also from the survey company, they also have already pre-made, curated surveys, and some of those examples that they already have pre-done include police community interaction, community amenities, and local business needs, and many more. But they would provide us with a dedicated customer service manager who would help us have the ability to create those surveys as needed. And so based on our completed balanced scorecards, we had 12 of the 15 departments identify that they had a need for supplemental surveys, and 5 of the 15 departments identified that they would like to have a more specific survey data so that they can improve their performance. And with that, I'd be happy to address any questions that you might have.
Mayor? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the work you do. You bring upon efficiencies that departments don't realize that they can improve on, and you do it in a very respectful, professional way. I'm learning that from you and your department. So thank you for doing that. Sometimes we just don't realize that, hey, you don't have to work so hard. You can work a little easier and have a little higher performance. I do want to ask, though, and I don't know the word, but just the lack of a better word, I think you conduct department audits, probably a bad, horrible word, but what is the name of your actual survey you do of departments?
So if you're referring to specific department audits, that might actually fall into our audit department, which is presenting after me. But the one that we do is like an employee engagement survey, and then we're also working on the resident survey.
Okay, so you do surveys within departments?
Yes, we do have the ability, if they want individual ones done, to find out additional information.
When you do those surveys that fall under the administrative responsibilities of the city manager, I don't feel like we need to have all that information, but any of those, and I know that recently you conducted one, when you conduct those, when you're asked to conduct those surveys within the areas of the appointed officials that report directly to the council should receive those reports, and we should know that that survey is happening. I know of one recently that occurred that rendered some areas of improvement, rendered some efficiencies that could increase. That appointed official, at least I wasn't notified, city manager's office didn't notify. So I feel because they are directly report to the council that we should know that that survey is happening, and then what's come about, what's the report, and how are we moving forward in a positive way. But I do thank you for that, and that would be something that the city manager would implement, but that would be a request of mine to have.
Thank you for that feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So the community survey, I know that that's just really wrapped up probably, I think in February, if I remember right. And the results of those, because it's basically an existing survey, so it should be relatively simple for the consultant to, mine the data and give us some real tangible results. Will that be coming back in a workshop sometime soon?
Mayor, Councilmember Tomlichoff, that is correct. We are waiting on working with them on the final report right now, and we will be coming back to you on May 9th with the results.
Okay, and then the employee survey, I'm curious because I thought that was a matter of public record. I thought that had been determined by other cities that had done employee surveys, and I'm trying to remember, I think there were some. So what happens to the employee survey? Do we get the results of that? Do we know that what's the rate of employee satisfaction with the working conditions and the direction of the city? I mean, I'd be interested to know that.
We currently are tracking some of that information from that employee survey is on our performance website currently right now. But what we've been doing right now with this year's employee survey is that we're still working with all the departments as we've identified their top 5 areas of improvement. So we're working with them to work on some response plans right now.
So I guess Mayor, if I could, I'm trying to understand is, will the council be, I mean, I'm sure probably I'm not the only one up here who, the satisfaction of our employees is important to me, and I just wonder, will that information be shared with the council?
Ms. Rios.
Mayor, members of the council, as Ms. Stanfield said, we do have some of that information already on her dashboard, and it is a public record, so we don't have any issue with sharing it with the council. I'm certainly happy to do that.
Okay.
I think the more important thing is what we're doing with that information, as Ms. Stanfield said. For the departments, we're going out to the departments and doing action plans to improve, and then we're also looking at departments who performed a little better and asking them and talking to them about what they're doing that may apply to some of the other departments. So that's kind of what we're using the information to do. And again, we have the performance, the overall statistics on the on Kayla's website.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Melner.
Thank you, Mayor. Going to the strategic objectives, I really like what you've listed there. Improve stakeholders' engagement, optimize process and service, increase innovative solutions, and many, many others. My question has to do with a conversation, and to be frank, I don't know if it happened in this organization or in my prior corporate world. Are there bonuses and I'm not talking to just a salary increase, I'm talking like incentives of some sort? Have we ever talked about that? As we come across, say, something that happened exceptional within a department and a group of individuals really did something that really saved the city millions, perhaps. Is there any kind of incentive program that we've ever considered, or is that something down the road that we possibly could consider?
Mayor, Councilmember Melner, that's not something that we've identified specifically in our budget, but several of those accomplishments have been highlighted in our Success Factors program, and so we've done a great job of making sure that those stories have been shared and highlighted.
Thank you, I appreciate that, Mayor. From me, I just find that the continuation of these success stories is accelerated when there's a reward for those groups or individuals. And I'm not talking, large rewards, but at least some sort of incentive for having thought through a process and, what can we do better? And the group gets together and they actually make it happen. So I would ask management to consider doing something, look into that in some way, and maybe it's addressed in another fashion already within our budget system, within our salaries, but I'd like to kind of see about that.
I think Mr. Phelps can answer that question.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Malnar, just want to remind the council, based on feedback from the council several years ago, we have been implementing our Success Factors Awards, which is employee-driven, and where we do provide one-time financial incentive, and they're self-nominated from within the departments, and they can do it as an individual nominee, they can do it as a departmental group nominee, or even cross-departmental. And we've been focusing our first 2 years primarily in the area of innovation, and the second area within terms of outstanding customer service. But we're continuing to evolve this and grow this. We're getting more and more participation. Last year, not only did the employees submit, we used employees at which to analyze and to make the decision on who was awarded those awards. So it is a program, and we'll be glad to come back and provide you with. I think we're not. Vicki, when are we going to do the next awards?
Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Phelps, the nominations have already been evaluated, and currently, if everything goes well, the ceremony and the awarding of those awards will take place on April 27th, I believe. We have that scheduled now.
All right, thank you, Mayor. If I may, it seems that these what you accomplish and what you do kind of assists in helping that to come to fruition. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is the Audit Department, which will be presented by Mr. Kingery.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Just to briefly go over the mission statement of the Internal Audit Department, basically what my task, I have been the Audit Department for almost 2 years now, and between myself and some contracted vendors that we utilize, really we want to make sure that the controls that are in place are functioning as intended, that we're looking at the higher risk areas first, but really it's with the idea to improve processes, streamline where we can, verify compliance with the applicable laws, and really just make sure that the city is operating as efficiently and effectively as it can in the best interest of its citizens. So most of the budget for the department is for our contracted services. So we have vendors that are qualified vendors that essentially bid on the audits to do that are beyond the scope of what I can do myself. And also a part of that is some automated software, which we'll get to in a couple of slides, but that's the majority of the expenses for the department. As far as performance measures go, there are, one of the things that traditionally we've looked at is the number of audits that are completed. Because of the timing of audit plans and when different teams can get assigned to different audits, there will always be rollover from one year to the next as to when an audit is started and when it actually is completed and a report is issued. So I don't know if that's the best measure. I think moving forward, and I've been working with Kayla and Jenny and Jeff on our Tier 2 performance measures, and it might be better to, moving forward, track the recommendations and the action plans that management has completed within the targeted time. But again, we'll refine that as we get closer to finalizing the Tier 2 plan for each department. Some accomplishments, I've participated in 2 peer reviews, which is even auditors get audited. So in probably FY25, my department will be audited, and it's through the Association of Local Government Auditors. So I was fortunate enough to go to a couple different locations and see how those departments run, try and get some of the best practices that they do, how they document their items and deal with the public and publish results and all that sort of thing. So I will be compiling all that information as we move forward to shape our policies and procedures and our audit charter. And then, as I started to mention, we're working on implementing some automated analytics in our audit software package that will allow for continuous monitoring of selected controls. And that way, I don't have to do a full-scale audit on each department, but in the background, we can have these analytics running that will then throw out some outliers that might warrant some further investigation. So it'd be easier to have that stuff automated, and I just worry about the potential items. And then as far as the supplemental requests, it's just the car allowance that's been mentioned in other departments. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Good job.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
Our next presentation is Human Resources and Risk Management, which will be presented by Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Amy. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. A pleasure to be here again and present the Human Resources and Risk Management budget to the council. Before I get started, I do want to acknowledge the Human Resources Risk Management staff. Very proud of that staff and the work that they've done over the course of the last year. And I have my leadership team behind me over here, I do want to acknowledge them. There's a wealth of knowledge and experience over there. And one in particular, Ms. Debbie Burson is the Assistant Director for HR, and she will be retiring in May. So I do want to acknowledge her and say thank you, Debbie, for all your efforts and all your hard work. She's been in HR for 30 years, and half of those have been serving the city of Glendale. So very, sorry to see her go, but I will let the council know we did conduct a recruitment process. Applications came in nationwide, and the successful candidate ended up being right under our nose, and that's Miss Vicki Moss. So Vicki Moss will be the new HR Assistant Director, and I just wanted to let the council know that that's happening, and that'll be very soon. Next week is when she'll fill that role. So we're excited about that and excited about where we're going. That said, we'll get right into the budget presentation, and as we certainly, it's hard to improve on the mission of the city. I mean, what we do improves the lives of our employees every single day, whether it be through our wellness. We've got testimonials of employees that have lost weight, that have conquered diabetes, that have done so many different things through our wellness programs, through providing competitive pay, through our health programs and health benefits. All the things that we do really are to serve our employees, to help them do a better job, and ultimately to help them better serve our citizens. So that's what we do, and we're very proud of that. As we look into our operating budget, the vast majority of our pie chart there really is coming from our self-insured programs. That would be our health benefits program, as well as our risk and workers' compensation trust funds. Getting into our performance measures, I'll go through a few of these with you. Certainly one of our objectives is to strengthen the workforce culture, to make the workplace inclusive and a comfortable place for our employees to work and to be successful. We work closely with our inclusion network, which includes our Glendale Hispanic Network, as well as our Glendale Employee Engagement Committee, our Wellness Committee, and the other engagement groups that we work with. We to do several different diversity events over the course of the last year, and you can see what those are there. And again, one of our goals is for the City of Glendale employees to reflect the community that we serve and to feel included in that. As we look at a resource alignment strategic objective, one of the measures we have listed here deals with our medical plan, our health plan, and our target is to ensure that we're hitting below the medical inflation trends each year. We've been able to do that. The medical trend is just a little below 8% for 2023, and we're hitting below that by a couple of percentage points, so we're proud of that. It's run efficiently, and we also have coupled that with programs and the increased activity of employee wellness we feel like is attributable to our ability to stay below the medical trend when it comes to our healthcare plan. Under our improving our resource alignment, we've got a measure here from our risk management and workers' comp programs, and ultimately one of our targets is to essentially utilize in-house counsel 50% of the time when we have claims and other things that we have to deal with, and we're able to do that. We've been successful with that. We work with the city attorney's office, and we have a good working partnership and have been successful there. We want to make sure that our overall budget for risk for the city of Glendale is at or below 3%. That's a standard benchmark that we want to obtain, and we've been able to do that over the last several years. So Ms. Diane Shoemaker, our risk manager, has done an excellent job in ensuring that the city costs are efficient and that we get the best prices for our insurance and that we keep those costs through safety training and other things at a low rate. So we're proud of that. As far as our accomplishments, we've got a few right off the bat that have come from our wellness programs. We have been nominated as a finalist from the Phoenix Business Journal as one of the healthiest employers in the Valley, so we're proud of that, and we know that that translates directly into happier employees, not just at work, but at home, and it also translates into savings in our health plans as well. We did sponsor the first City of Glendale 5K run, and that was, Allie Welke put that together. For the first one, it was very successful. We had over 300 participants in that, and I am not a distance runner. I'm more of a sprinter hurdler, but Allie, with her putting this on, I had to go run in it. I didn't have a choice. So I talked to Allie. I said, well, what do I do? I'm not a distance runner. So she helped me out a little bit, and doggone it, I ran it and I finished it. So I'm pretty proud of myself. And I'll tell you, there's many other employees who never would have ran in a 5K, just like me, who went out and did it because the City of Glendale put that on and encouraged our employees to get healthy, to get out there to do something. So we're very proud of that and the work that's been done there. Several other things. A few other things that I'll highlight. Kevin, our city manager, has already mentioned our Success Factor Excellence Awards. We have run that again this year. It was successful last year. I believe, this year we've had 34 winners that have been selected and 28 semifinalists, and we'll be running that presentation and awards program. I believe it's the end of April, maybe the beginning of May. I think we're working with the city manager's office on getting that coordinated, but that's just another opportunity for employees who are excelling to be recognized and valued by the City of Glendale. So it's been a good program, and we'll continue to do that. We also launched our performance review program fully this year, and it has moved our performance evaluation process to an online process and a real-time process. And what it does is, supervisors can catch employees doing great things in the moment. They can go sit down, pull up the Perform system, pull up that employee, and put into the journaling in that system what that employee did. They capture it so that when they go and sit down at performance review time, all of it's right there. Even the employee can go in and update what they've done, whether it's a certification, whether it's an accomplishment. They can put that directly into the Perform system. It's in there for the performance review process. So it's really an enhanced, streamlined service. We talk about optimizing processes. This has optimized that performance review process and allowed us to report out on it and to do a lot more than we've done in the past. We've also successfully implemented Learn. Thankful to the council for providing funding for this system. This translates into our learning and training system for the city, and it brings about 1,500 training and development programs at the fingertips of employees. They can be assigned training through their supervisor, through the director of the department. If HR sees some needs, we can recommend training. They can go directly online, whether it's supervisory training, whether it's compliance training, whether it's safety training, whatever it is, they can go in and find that training in our Learn program, and they can begin their coursework at their own availability, when they can find time to do that at their desk. So that's another optimizing our processes. That's another one that we've been able to do, and we're proud of that, and we'll continue to enhance and grow that. From the risk division, a few accomplishments listing. Really, the implementation of origami is another process improvement that we've done that's dramatically improved the way we can manage cases and claims in both risk as well as in the workers' comp side. When we get into the supplementals, I'll talk a little bit more about what we're asking for in origami to expand and grow that a little bit, but it also helps in our compliance reporting that we need to do for OSHA, and we're able to pull reports out of that system and more easily do that. So just a few of the accomplishments, of the many accomplishments that we've had over the course of this last fiscal year. As far as our supplemental requests, one of the things that we're asking for the next fiscal year is, as we implement systems, as we have to do testing, upgrades, those kinds of things, we pull employees offline to get that done. We want to continue the continuity of service to our employees, to the organization, and so we're asking for some temporary dollars to be able to do that. I can foresee that in the next 2 to 3 years that we're going to need to utilize that. After that, certainly it's something we need to reevaluate as to whether or not we need to continue to have that or not. We're also asking for a lower level, a human resources technician position, and really this is to help on the benefits side of the house. There's much more that we need to do in the area of wellness. We've already brought a lot of things on board. There's more things that we need to bring on board, and we know that with just a single program manager in this area. She really needs that technical help to be able to bring things like the Glendale 5K and other things that we need to be able to do to enhance the wellness of our organization and of our employees. So that position would assist us in that, in addition to other things that we would have on the benefits side that position would do. We're asking also for an analyst position. Our HR business partners currently run the recruitments for the city of Glendale. We had, I believe, my number's right here. We ran about 450 recruitments last year, which is about 100 recruitments per business partner. There's a lot of administrative work that goes into running those recruitments. A lot of it goes into our NeoGov system, which is a lot of data entry. So as the business partners open up a recruitment, they spend a lot of time in NeoGov doing data entry, going back and forth with some of the departments to make sure things are correct. Having an analyst to assist that process, among other processes that we have, I believe, will help to reduce the time to fill that we have for our vacancies. Right now, I have to say we've had some challenges. We actually lost a business partner, unfortunately, passed away in the course of the last 12 months. So we've been trying to recoup from that and getting some other things going. But it takes us about, right now, it takes us about 100 days to fill a position. We want to bring that down to about 60. So there's a lot of work that needs to go into that, but part of it is taking away those administrative pieces that our business partners need to do so they can be more strategically pursuing candidates and getting out and working with the department heads to get those, and hiring supervisors to get those positions filled. So I believe this analyst position will help us to get those positions filled quicker and get the service, the continuity of service moving for the organization. In the area of risk management, we talked a little about this earlier, but the Origami system is a case management system. Part of this, we implemented it last year. I believe some of these dollars might have been housed over in IT, but they've moved over now to us, and we're enhancing that in terms of adding licenses and adding a couple of additional modules to that will also help us case manage employee relations cases, as well as absence management, FMLA cases, that type of thing. So these dollars will help on the risk side for that. And then, of course, as you see year over year, we have property increases, we have more natural disasters, we have litigation with public safety. You see those things, they all translate to an increase in our risk management fund costs. So we're asking for that increase to be covered as well. On the workers' comp side, we also need Origami on that side as well. So managing those cases, enhancing our licensing and our ability to continue that case management system year over year. I've got the cost in there for what that would be. Fire Chief Freeberg had talked about the fire health and fitness coordinator when he was up here, I believe, Tuesday. That's something that we can assist him with in terms of funding, because we will be working hand in glove with this position, should the council approve it, to really focus on getting our public safety employees through the workers' comp process, making sure the paperwork's correct, making sure they're getting the therapies and the things that they need to get so we can get them either back on a truck or back out on patrol or whatever their job is. So this would assist with them and getting those items taken care of. Workers' compensation trust fund increase, again, the council sees this each year. There are different things that impact this. Medical inflation is one of them. So each year, I talked about earlier medical inflation being just a little bit under 8%. So that impacts our workers' comp trust fund. Legislation also impacts that. So we have presumptive cancer, we have other things that impact this trust fund, and so we're asking for an increase to make sure we can manage through all of those things. And then finally, with benefits, our benefits trust area, we are asking to enhance our wellness programs. We've done Allie Welke-Brooks, our program manager, has done an amazing job, but she's just one person. And so we'd asked for a tech to help her, but then we also need some additional funding. Right now, we pull the funding out of our benefits contract with Blue Cross, but we'd like some city funding to be able to manage through some of the additional wellness programs that we would like to bring online. And again, all in an effort to promote a culture of wellness for our employees and to certainly reduce the cost of our benefits healthcare claims as well. So I think that's what I have. So I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I'm happy that you're working towards a shorter timeline, because I think, shortening down a recruitment from 100 days, we're probably losing out on candidates that have taken another position because we're not responsive enough. So I'm really happy to see that you're focusing on that. I do have a question about the benefits increase, and also somebody asked me the other day if we offered tuition reimbursement, and I didn't even know the answer to that question.
Mayor and Councilmember Tomlichoff, the answer is yes.
Okay.
We do. And we've got that all on the grid, so it's out there, and employees can pull that up, and they can work with Shannon Rodriguez on that.
Okay, thank you. So is the increase in the HR benefits, I'm scrolled through here and I see, is it mostly attributed to workers' compensation trust fund and risk management? What are because it's a pretty big increase, but I know that basically those are the two I see that are the largest percentages of increase.
Mayor and Councilmember Tomlichoff, it's basically due to our claims experience. We go through an actuarial process, and really this is on the benefits side. It's not on the workers' comp side. Workers' comp is managed through a trust separately from our health benefit claims. But we work with our consultant, and they run actuarials on expected claims. They blend into that the medical trend of increase, which for us, thankfully, it's around 6%. It's not at the 8% that's the national trend, so it's lower. But all of that's blended in then to come up with the cost, the increased cost, which is just around $2.2 million.
Okay, so that's basically our self-insured additional.
That's correct.
Planning ahead for our self-insured additional cost. Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I turned it on. Thank you, Mayor. I view human resources and the work that you do is critical to the health of the organization and to the health of Glendale. And it has a rippling effect. If the employees are doing good work, then that translates in less citizen dissatisfaction with the organization. And I recognize that your two major areas of concern are risk management, workers' compensation. But the other, and I think more essential function, is to meet the needs of our employees. Because if you are doing your job, we have happier, more productive employees who are more likely to stay with the organization. So I commend you on the work that you have been doing. The only thing that struck me was on page 64, and it's your work on diversity. And I think you've been doing an excellent job. The numbers are all going up, and that's important to the health of the organization. But I would refer you to the double asterisks at the bottom underneath the chart and your community and employee ratios. Fiscal year 2021 actual were perfect. I mean, they are perfect. The number of percentage of employees of a particular category almost exactly matched what the community is. I'm a little concerned that for fiscal year 21-22, we're moving away from that. So I would hope that you would focus on trying your best to replicate fiscal year 2021. And with that, I have no further comments or questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Brown, I was in conversation with an employee of the city back in February, so you'll hopefully accept my apology. This was an employee with public safety, so there's just some added value, not that if you're not public safety, you're not, but because they're sworn off personnel. we were in conversation and that person brought up, do you realize the workload that HR has? And I said, no, I don't. And that individual went on to tell me how much workload HR has, and it is what was conveyed to me is absolutely incredible. So I want you to know that I said to that person that I would walk down to the basement to acknowledge you and your team, and I never did, so I want to do that today. Thank you for all the work you have, and I realize by just others mentioning to me the workload you have. And by the way, the council is going to relieve you potentially in this remodel from being in the basement. You'll be up in the 4th floor, we'll be down at the basement, so we'll take your place and get you an aerial view of the city. Also, it's admirable knowing that one of our employees is being replaced through a national search. It takes that much to replace you, and so that's how much value we have for you, but it's comforting knowing that just in our backyard, one of your colleagues is taking your place. So that demonstrates the level of work and your leadership, but I want to recognize the amount of work you have, and your supplementals exemplify that you need some help and some assistance, and it's not a bunch of FTEs either, but I have, someone made me knowledgeable of the workload you have, and I just want to commend you for that work. With regard to hiring, I'm very familiar with an organization that changed their processes on hiring. Staff probably won't like this, but to help with the numerous and multiple hiring that you have, there's an organization that has changed that process, and the director or supervisor now has the responsibility of completing the search plans. Is that something that you guys still do, or do you pass that on to the directors and the hiring managers, so they'll do all the front end work and then give you the paperwork and you can go from there?
Mayor, Councilmember Aldama, we work hand in glove with the hiring supervisor. So we'll go out, we'll make sure that the job description, everything, the salary ranges, everything are accurate and ready. Then there'll be a requisition that goes through NeoGov that the department would have to approve. So everything is put in at that level, and then we work closely with the director in terms of where we want to post those positions. So they could be posted, in diversity sites, certainly on our NeoGov site, other areas, maybe professional organizations, other areas. So we get that information. We assist them in getting all of that done through our business partners. And so it's really part of the responsibility is to the department, but then the administrative part of that belongs to the HR department.
Shared responsibility.
It is shared,
everybody's
yes,
helping.
absolutely.
All right, well, thank you so much for all you do, Mr. Brown, and your leadership and your entire team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I have just a question regarding workers' comp. In 2022, our insurance claim expense was about $3.8 million, and then it jumped to $9 million for the budget of '23. And I know that has to do a lot with the kinds of claims that are coming in and whatnot. What I wanted to clarify is I know we have a state fund that we are tapping into to help pay for these claims. Where is that revenue recognized here that we can see what the net effect of what we actually are paying from the city of Glendale?
Mayor, Councilmember Malnar, are you referring to the presumptive cancer legislation?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure is budget, I would ask budget in terms of how they want to reflect that.
Mayor, members of the council, this is another one of those accounting things. So on this side, all that you see is the budget for expenditures. The revenues are in the general fund revenue side of it, or in the workers' comp revenue side of it. And so that we don't net them. We can give you some information about that, but we don't net them because we have to have a budget for the expenditure.
Well, I just think it's important for the public to understand that huge increase partially is being compensated by the state. That it's not all City of Glendale paying for these extra workers' comp claims, that the state is kicking in a substantial amount of money in that.
Mayor, Councilmember Malnar, you're correct. Specific to presumptive cancer legislation, if we have those cases that come through and are approved through the workers' compensation process, we then submit those expenses back to the state, and we're able to get reimbursement for that, for those claims.
Because my understanding is that the majority of this big increase was due to the presumptive cancer legislation, which is being reimbursed by the state.
That, Mayor, Councilmember Melnar, that in addition to medical inflation, yes.
Right, yeah, of course, there's those things as well. Sure. I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood that it's the huge increase wasn't just on the shoulders of the taxpayers of Glendale. And secondly, I would just like to, since you do have your entire leadership team here in the room, I know what it's like hiring people. I've been a small business owner, and the work that has to be put forward to make sure that we have good quality employees, and it takes an entire team, the leadership team, and it takes a entire team of employees, and I'd like them to take back to each of their groups. I think our thanks from the council for all the diligent work that you do in hiring and taking care of the needs of the city. Thank you.
Mr. Phelps.
Mayor, members of council, just like to maybe just 3 quick thanks. First, I do appreciate the Vice Mayor calling out the diversity goals that we've been on. This has been an initiative we've been putting a lot of energy. It's a high priority for us, and I appreciate you acknowledging that, because we think we are certainly making great progress. We want our city to reflect the community that we serve, and we're well on that way. Second, I want to thank the Councilmember Aldama for just acknowledging the workload. When I was an elected official many years ago, and I came into it, I had no idea really what an HR department does or even how large it should be. But what I will say is, for an organization this size of almost 2,000 employees, we have a very compact HR department. And it has been a concern of mine that we've had people working excessive hours. They do it without complaining, but it's just not a healthy environment. So hopefully this council will acknowledge these new positions and support that. And then third, I want to thank the council. So you walk back to 2000, I believe, 18. As you know, we weren't adding on many positions. We were still trying to build our fund balances and get healthy as an organization. But this council supported the creation of a wellness position within the city. One of the very few positions that we actually presented forward, and you supported that. And what you're seeing now really is the fruits of that investment that you guys made. We're looking at roughly a 6% increase in our premiums. Going back to prior to 2016, this organization saw double-digit increases for a number of years, and we've been able to keep it in single-digit increases the last 3 or 4 years, and it's part of the reason we have a wellness program that has been so successful. So this, you start off wellness for the best reason, which is for the good of our employees. The secondary benefit is we're also saving significant resources, our downtime, our sick utilization. All those are really positive outcomes of having a healthy workforce. So again, I know Jim has already acknowledged our wellness coordinator and Allie and all the people, but I want to thank our employees for being participants, because they've gotten on board. But really, thanks to the council, this is the fruits of your being willing to invest in this position, and I think there's great things ahead for us, and I'm looking forward to hopefully winning the award here later this year. So thanks.
Next, thank you.
Our next presentation is field operations, which will be presented by Michelle Watenko.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Please bear with me. Rather lengthy presentation today because we've got cover the fuel surcharge in here as well. So I do want to cover, standing here today representing the 190 people in field operations, and while there's some of them in the audience, many are out doing their regular day-to-day job today, serving the citizens as they are assigned to do or they want to do. Our mission statement, really, we improve the lives, and we do so through environmentally and fiscally prudent management of assets, and I think that's a lot of what I'm going to hit on today. Going to try and be succinct going through this, so if I miss something and you want to go back to a slide or discuss something, please let me know. So our balance scorecard, many of this will change on next year because we're one of those departments that just finished with organizational performance. Well, we are going to keep many of these measures. They're going to go down to a tier 3 where we're going to measure the by these. Many of these are still what we want to do. We want to make sure we pick up containers as we are scheduled to pick up, so do as we say we're going to do. The next one speaks to our fleet division. Again, we are a service organization and we need to give the resources to the departments that need to be out in the field. So we talk a lot about our fleet downtime. If we've got running a very lean fleet, we need to make sure that when you need vehicles, they're up and running when you need them, and that's how we measure our fleet. The next one really talks to our facilities, and this is a new metric that we implemented in 2022. I do want to point out this is air conditioning only, this is HVAC. And then there's a little asterisk next to that first one, number of PMs required per this period. We're still adding into it. We were the department that implemented Lucity by watching what another department was doing and doing it on our own. You'll see as I get to some of the supplemental requests, really to augment it, to get the rest of the preventative maintenance into Lucity and to get the rest of our assets into Lucity, but I'll get there when we hit our supplementals. Our accomplishments, there's a lot that I could have talked about today, but really that first one talks to solid waste. About a year ago, we told you that we were 44% staff down. We picked up trash and recycling that day. And that was a short-term blip, a lot of sickness but we've gone through a lot of turnover, and yet we have continued to pick up solid waste, including bulk trash, as we've scheduled to do. That is really an accomplishment and speaks to the work that not only our solid waste staff does, but to what HR does for us. And it's not just HR, it's the water department and the transportation department, because without them coming over to help us, we wouldn't have done that. And that really speaks to what we do for our residents every day. So I really wanted to call that out. We couldn't have done it without them. But the other thing we've done in solid waste is with the help of IT, we've got this program where our drivers watch their route, but now they can push a button and take a picture. In the past couple months, IT has automated that for us. So when they take a picture and it says it's a pothole, we don't have to then take that data and manually re-enter it into Glendale One. It just automatically happens. So we're trying to improve the lives of the citizens because they don't have to report something. We should be seeing it. And so what we've heard listening to council is there's probably some other things that our staff could be reporting, and so we're going to work with IT and other people and other departments, especially code compliance, on what else should we be looking for, because we drive every single street in Glentel a minimum of twice a week, and most times 3 times a week. Under the landfill, we have a north cell grand opening here in a couple weeks. That's huge. That's the first time Glendale's ever done that, and to get us to this point has been absolutely phenomenal. We've asked staff to change what they do on a day-to-day basis, to learn additional regulatory requirements, and to maintain in compliance, and they've done just that. Facilities, the performance metrics you saw on the last page don't match these ones. This is all of our preventive maintenance that we've done across all trades. Last page was just our HVAC services. The last one I want to touch there is fleet management, named one of top 50 governing leading fleets. So really proud of the way they've come along and what they've accomplished under new leadership with Craig Kroner, hired just over a year ago. So really happy with what he's done. When we go into our supplementals, we're going to go through them by fund, but these first 2 pages are ones that cover many different funds. So first off, electricity. This is mainly inflationary, and I think engineering covered some of the costs of products and that's what a lot of this is related to. So in electricity, we've seen a 13% increase, and that's a combined from both service providers. That's both APS and SRP. The combined impact is 13%, and that's how it relates to our different funds. The safety boot allowance, inflationary as well. What we've seen is in those classifications that are required to wear safety boots every day, the current allowance we give them isn't sufficient, and so we're asking to increase it from $150 to $200 per employee per year to cover the required boots that they're required to wear. Security services, others have already talked about this. This is field operations and solid waste and landfills, covering that contract increase. The software annual service fee, this is associated with that. We did a capital program where we implemented Rubicon. It does our automated routing, allows the employees to push that button to notify issues. This is the ongoing service with it. We just finished the capital, now we want to get into the ongoing, and this is the two different funds contributions to that. And the third one on the page, the radios, is just the same thing. It's the contractual increase associated with annual fees and repairs to radios. This page here is for the solid waste fund, and what we've done, what we're requesting to do, in solid waste, is to create a progression similar to what engineering has done. And what we're trying to do is solve some of our employee retention issues. And so we want to create a new position called an equipment operator lead, and another new position called an equipment operator 2. So we were asking for 3 FTEs reclassed in solid waste to create this lead position, and another 9 reclassed to create an equipment operator 2. So what it does is we were able to hire somebody as an equipment operator because we're not being able to hire people today with the skills and abilities and experience to sit in a garbage truck. And so we're able to bring them in with less experience, put them into bulk trash, allow them then to learn. And once they're able to learn and operate all our equipment, they become an equipment operator 2. And so our equipment operator 2s right now, we're reclassing those in our commercial division because those are the ones that are able to operate all our equipment. What we then want to do with our equipment operator lead position is create a new position, take some of the responsibilities off the foreman, and this position then, while they can operate any equipment that we have, is also responsible for training the new employees. It takes 80 hours in the truck per piece of equipment for these equipment operators to learn what to do, and it's the multiple hours before it ever gets them to a truck. Take that off the foreman, make the foreman more efficient, and give our employees a progression plan such that they can manage their career and stay within solid waste really helps us out. And this is an employee request of how they'd like to do it. So this is what we're seeing. And you'll see that some of these are reclasses, and I'll get to it later. We have positions already in solid waste and landfill that we're asking, because they are out already working full-time in the general fund, we're asking for new positions over there so these can be reclassed. And that's why these essentially are new positions, but we're asking as a reclass. The auxiliary equipment, staff did a phenomenal job finding a piece of equipment that can sit on a front load container, so they can add to a front load container and pick up regular residential service bins. What this does for us in the far west area is phenomenal. We can send one truck out and be much more efficient than having to send 2 trucks out to do this. So the auxiliary equipment is just to do that, to add that one piece of a can collector, a one-time fee. And the citywide standby pay increase, I think other departments have talked about that. Now I'd like to talk about the fuel surcharge. This is specifically for solid waste. We discussed this in workshop with council in June of 2022. The council did approve it in an evening meeting in August of 23. At that time, it was determined that this should be part of our annual budget process, and that's why we opted that we would come back today. And just a reminder, our current fuel surcharge today is $1.54 per household per month. And you'll see there's a recommendation at the end of this. I do want to point out that this has not gone through our Citizens Utility Advisory Commission. We did have it scheduled to go to them, but we do not currently have a quorum. We're lacking some members, so we could not review this with them. So I do want to point that out. To walk you through the slide a little bit, the annual years, and it's by calendar year, are graphed out. So those 3 bottom lines there are 2019, 2020, and 2021. And that's really how our rates were based. We used these numbers and based our rates. The vertical dashed line shows the difference between a fiscal year and the calendar year. And so if we look at the purple line, right under where that $4.53 is, and that $4.53 represents our cost of diesel today. It does not represent, but I just wanted to, that's the vertical line in the purple line that we see. We saw that in March 2022, Diesel and unleaded prices went up substantially, but diesel has continued to stay up. We've seen unleaded come down, and in solid waste, we drive diesel trucks. So what we're trying to recover, and the amount of the fuel surcharge, is to cover that amount that's kind of marked. It's the difference between those two lines, and that's what we're trying to recover. So diesel has stayed higher than it was ever projected to, and continues to be higher than we predicted and planned when we did our rate model. So the reason we're not asking for a supplemental for fuel is that covers our expenditures. This is to cover our revenue. So on the next page is our staff recommendation. Our current fuel surcharge is $1.54 per month. We're recommending we reduce that to 90 cents for next fiscal year, and that's to recover the FY22 actual shortfall. So we missed it by $85,000, and our projected shortfall, the $522,000, that's in that area of the graph that I showed you, with a fuel surcharge next year, so it'd be 90 cents per household per month, and that's a reduction of 64 cents. Mayor, I'd like to stop at this point and actually ask for consensus on this one, because I think this is a little bit more out of line with what we typically do with supplementals.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question, though, because just within the last week, there were several countries announced they were cutting production, and an anticipation of lower supply, obviously, affects price. Was that considered in this, or was this done before that? So.
Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Tomshoff, we watch fuel daily, and I did ask, and Mr. Croner, Mr. Carr went through this as recently as yesterday. As of today, we're still comfortable with the 90 cents. We haven't seen fuel prices change or any indication where we should adjust this. If something does change, we would like to come back to council and revise it at that point.
So, Mayor, can we leave that open until we get closer to actually budget adoption? I know crude oil, it was up and then it's back down, but there's anticipated, because this isn't going to go into effect until May. So, I mean, over the summer, generally you see price increase anyway, generally speaking, in the summer. I just don't, I mean, obviously, I voted no on the fuel surcharge anyway, but I just don't want to make an adjustment that we have to come back then and then make another adjustment, because, so we have time to decide what we really need to do. So I hate to say this, let's stick with the 90 cents and then find out, by May that maybe it's not enough.
Excuse me, Mayor, members of the council, to what we're kind of looking for today, again, is sort of a consensus to go forward with this lower charge, but the process, the process of actually adopting that has to occur at a voting meeting. So
Okay.
There will be another opportunity. If this is kind of what we hear from council, we'll start in this direction, and if between now and the time that we would bring it back for an actual action by council, something changes, we can update you at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I support staff recommendation. Anytime we can drop something and make it lower, we'd be crazy not to do it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I actually understand both sides. I would love to drop this as much as possible, as quick as possible, but I also feel like we don't want to lower it and then 3 months from now or 2 months from now have to raise it back up, because it really makes you look ineffective. So if we could give a tentative consensus today on the condition that if you do see it go back up, that at least that's brought up to us, and we have a chance to change our mind, I certainly would support that. Okay, so we do have a consensus.
Okay, so moving on, these are general fund supplementals we're seeing. Many of these are inflationary. The first one there is janitorial, professional and contractual, so it hits our professional and contractual line item. It is largely inflationary. There are some minor changes to it, some adjustments we make. We are adding some continuity of operations spaces, and then we are decreasing City Hall. So there are some changes to it, but this is largely inflationary. The next one, natural gas, is, again, these are citywide ones that we cover within facilities, and this is, again, inflationary. The next one, Promenade at Palmer, essentially this is deferred maintenance, catch up and keep up. We want to make sure that we keep that in good condition. The Bank of America garage, we've got $140,000 there in one-time money. That's repairs and replacement to the emergency electrical system, and then $35,000 ongoing cleanup, graffiti, keeping the elevators operational, just keeping the garage in good shape, and we understand we're going to have a lot more people in it here shortly. The new FTE, the cemetery service worker, this is a position that currently is filled. Unfortunately, he is paid for out of the landfill fund, and so what we're requesting is to create a new position in the general fund, move him over into the general fund such that we can take that position and reclassify it into one of those lead positions as I discussed earlier. Cemetery landscaping, this is again catch up and keep up. We've got $20,000 there one time, mainly to address the oleanders that are just out of control on us, and then $5,000 just to keep our landscaping in good condition. Cemetery purchases for the public, this is an increase in expenditures. We are seeing a corresponding increase in revenue. So this is kind of just a pass through. Things are costing us more, but we're charging our people more. The new CIP engineering project manager is the same thing as the cemetery service worker. This is a filled position. Mark is one of our 2 CIP engineering project managers within field operations. We manage projects that are smaller than what engineering takes on as a project, and they're able to do amazing things for us. So one thing I did want to talk about, we asked a year ago for $1.3 million to do our exterior enhancement projects. We're decreasing that to $750,000 next year because of the work the CIP project managers do for us. Instead of hiring general contractors to go do something, they're able to hire specialized companies to go in and do specialized work, and they're saving us that much money. So he pays for himself every day. And the other one is Vlad, and I would say his name wrong, but I'm going to try it anyway. Glivasevich, amazing people that we've got in facilities. The next one is a contract monitor. So I just want to speak a little bit about contract monitors because I think there's been some questions about them. This will be one of 5 that we have in field operations. We have one that's specifically over in fleet. She works on parts, which is a huge contract, and we require her to reconcile that each part is billed to a piece of equipment before we pay that bill. And there's a lot of reconciliation that happens with that. And the other thing they oversee department-wide is 220 contracts. Linda oversees our custodial contracts, among many others, pest control, bird control. Mike does our electric, and this is things that are more complex than our electricians can get to. He's taken our average electrical work order that's assigned to contractors from 80-some days, and unfortunately I don't have the exact number down, but it's 80-some days down to 20 days, so just done phenomenal work. And then Gil, our other one, handles our life safety systems. These are specialized systems that a lot of our staff can't get into. We're requesting another one because we do have the 220 contracts within field operations, but also because one of the areas we really want to focus on that we can't get to yet, ADA compliance. So we have that somewhat at Parks, but we want to make sure that this person understands when they send a contractor out to do ADA compliance that we are doing exactly what we say we need to do. So that is our request for the contract monitor. The last one there is a planner scheduler. This was audit findings. We have a audit that will be coming forward to council through the audit program that talked to, we implemented Lucity internally. We followed along, another department tried to get things done, and there's things that we can't get to. So all our preventative maintenance are not into our asset management system yet. All our assets aren't into our asset management system yet. And if you look at how many changes we're making to city buildings, pretty much every building will be touched, and we will have to add all those assets into Lucity as well. The other thing that's lacking in that is training for our technicians on how to use Lucity and getting reports out of it. Diane Samples, who was our planner schedule today, does a phenomenal job, but if you invented for me another 3 hours in a day, she still couldn't get all this done. When all this, adding the PMs in, adding all the training in is done. There's still other improvements we want to make. Right now, we've got an inventory on a truck. We want to centralize that inventory, and when we give a technician a job to go do, we want to kit most of his parts. So he will know, I'm going out to do this, and these are the 7 parts I need, and so make him much more efficient in the field. The next request is for a trades worker electrician. This is a new FTE. This would be adding a person that we don't have today. Another recommendation, we currently have 2 electricians within facilities, and we cover all electrical needs across the city. That includes buildings and parks, and right now we do have a response in that lag rate. So this would help us reduce our backlog that we have in electrical repairs. Facilities currently does not have a budget for office supplies, so we're asking for a small amount there for office supplies. Professional development. Within facilities, we're seeing a lot more automated systems, a lot more electronic type systems. Things aren't out where you go and change a relay. It's now programming the lighting systems, programming of HVAC systems. So we're asking for training for our technicians to learn these new systems as they get implemented. And this also responds to an audit finding. Next one is a small key management system. There are at least thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of different keys across the city. This will centralize a management system to know who has the keys. Uniform supplies, this came from an employee request. We found out that we provide our employees with 5 days of uniforms. They work 7 days a week when they're on call. So this would then give our uniforms, or those employees that are working 7 days a week, a 7-day supply of uniforms. The tablets for the technicians, our Lucity, they use a tablet to do their work orders. They get their work orders, they close out the work orders on the tablets. This is to replace the tablets. And once we replace them, we're hoping to get them in the IT replacement schedule. The next 2 are others that have been discussed by other departments, the standby pay increase and the car allowance. This next slide speaks to Gripstick. It is a fund that is general fund, and it's also partners' contribution to it. So this is the entire request that we have for Gripstick, not just the general fund component of that. So I just want to make that clear. So natural gas is inflationary. The FTE reclass trades worker, this was a remnant. We reclassed our building maintenance workers to trades workers a couple years ago, and we forgot this one person. So this is to get him caught and aligned with the rest of his colleagues. Professional and contractual, so the next 3 there are inflationary. It's the increase in contracts, parts, and supplies needed to do the repairs at that location. Moving on to landfill, credit card fees are inflationary as well as increase in number of customers. We went away from cash a couple years ago. Customers love it, but every time we process a credit card, we get charged for it. So we have an offset in revenue. This just increases our budget to be able to pay it. Government permits and fees, there's been a change in the way regulatory agencies bill us. They now bill us per hour of oversight. And there's also, we've added a new landfill. Sorry, not a new landfill, it's an old landfill, but it's now the city's landfill. And as we get into the north cell, there's additional permitting that's required. We now have a leachate system that needs to be overseen. The next ones, the equipment operator lead, are part of that progression program. These are just the ones that are in the landfill fund, and you can see that there's a associated offset with it. So we've created some new positions, we've reclassed these ones. The field operations program manager is a filled position. The way it sits right now, they're in the landfill, and we want to move them over to solid waste administration so it's paid for by all departments, and so that's why this is a new position. The new FTE account specialist, this is new within solid waste admin. So Mr. Gibson, his goal is to pay all invoices within 30 days. We are the problem as to why he can't do that. Our department averages 554 invoices per month, and I am the bottleneck on that one. And so what I want my account specialist to do is actually go through each invoice and verify certain things so that I'm not the bottleneck and I can approve these a lot quicker to get them over to finance to get them paid. But I need to make sure that we're paying the right ones and the right amounts. The final one there is advertising for the recycle program. This was discussed with council on workshop. This is our updated revised education program. Moving on to fleet services. Fleet is a chargeback fund, so everything we do here in fleet, we charge back to the other departments. So diesel exhaust fluid, this is to create a budget to buy diesel exhaust fluid is required for all diesel vehicles now. The next couple there, contracted equipment maintenance repair, the accident repair is specialized services. These are all inflationary. This is an increase in the cost of tire capping, vehicle supplies and parts, and motor fuel as well. So those are all inflationary ones we see. The next one is a fleet business operations analyst. This person actually oversees our actual fleets of chargeback. We want to make sure that we charge everything back and we are wholly funded, and they do all our billing for us. The GPS equipment, this is another phase of adding GPS to city vehicles. Nice story of a couple weeks ago, a vehicle was stolen. Was one of our city vehicles. We were able to work with our police department, track that vehicle down and apprehend that person and able to get the vehicle back in fully working condition with no damage to it. So, $108,000 vehicle, if we had to replace it, $85,000 to add this to the rest of the vehicle seems like a nominal amount for us. The citywide standby pay is a little bit different for fleet than it is for the others. We recognize that the city works certain holidays, and we require police and fire to work. Solid waste works, a lot of them. Water services may have to go respond, but the fleet's not working, and so this adds standby, and especially that Friday after Thanksgiving, so they will respond and make sure that those departments that need vehicles have their vehicles up and ready when they need them. Same with the parts room hours. We're adding parts room hours such that when our fleet staff is in working, they've got parts availability. So this is to add the Friday after Thanksgiving, to add Martin Luther King Day and President's Day, so that we can respond to our critical public safety vehicles when they need it. This next page, hopefully this is fairly easy for us. These are all the positions that were talked about by other departments, and then again, facilities here with us. So if you approve the position with these other departments, the VRF, the Equipment Replacement Fund, gets the funding to buy the vehicles. Each one is a little bit different in terms of what's required on the vehicles, so you'll see that each vehicle is a different price. And with that, I will take any questions you might have.
Mayor? Go ahead. Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Wotanko, thank you for the detailed presentation. I was looking in the budget book. You talked a lot about how much preventive maintenance your staff conducts. It's quite commendable, quite a bit. Preventive maintenance costs money. It's proactive work that you predict the breakdown, so it costs money. I don't see that you have a line item for preventive maintenance. You don't have a budget for that. Is it captured somewhere else?
Mayor and council members, Councilmember Aldama. So within our preventive maintenance, that is typically charged out. Line supplies is where we would buy small parts from, and then our staff would typically do it. So it is budgeted within our facilities.
So then how do you track and how do you report to the city manager, who in turn request dollars for preventive maintenance, because that's the only way any of these facilities can be managed is through preventive maintenance. So what do you capture? I don't see it. I see maintenance and repair, and it's not a lot, but what do you capture, and why don't we have a line item for preventive maintenance so you can demonstrate through your employees and to the city manager how much you're actually spending on preventive maintenance, because I don't see that.
Yeah, so Mayor and council members, Councilmember Aldama, that's the role of our asset management system, is so we know the cost per building, per asset, per, like we can dive down into a detailed level. And we didn't have that a couple of years ago. We are getting that today, and it's not fully functional because we don't have everything in it. But the technicians are required to log their time per work order, which gets charged to the asset, and add all the parts to it. And it's adding the parts to the work order that we're not quite there yet. So we're not quite there, but the audit said you're not there, and this is our plan to get there, is to add our planner scheduler so that we can get to the point where we can report to the city manager and others. And that's what our new performance measures state that we should be doing, and that's why my performance measures, field operations performance measures, will change over the next year. We can't do that today, but we know we need to get there.
Okay, so thank you for that. That will help. What I'm trying to accomplish here is that your many staff members conduct a significant on preventive maintenance. And a lot of times for facilities, you quantify that by the amount of dollars you spent in preventive maintenance. So within a procurement chart field, you typically have a fund, a function, and a department. But do we have that? Are you capturing it that way?
Mayor, members of the council, we do not. We do not have a chart field that says preventative maintenance. And part of the reason for that, going back to what Ms. Wojtenko says, is it could be parts, it could be labor of our own, it could be outside contractors performing it. So it can be captured, though, by the asset management system so that we can report it and we can take those multiple elements that are on our chart of accounts in different places and accumulate them together to come up with the cost and the amount spent on preventative maintenance, but it's not a specific line item in our chart of accounts.
Thank you, Ms. Rios. Yeah, I realize that by looking. I think that just my feelings that moving forward, and it sounds like maybe you're going there, but there should be a way to capture that in the chart field so that this council realizes the amount of preventive maintenance that's required, and we need a budget for that. But it is what it is. Sounds like you're working towards that goal, but in our fiscal budget, it should be captured, and I don't see it there, but I know that you guys are doing it. Thank you. I just don't know how much we're spending on preventive maintenance. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. With that, if everybody be back here by 1:45. Is that right? Yeah, 1:45 for lunch. We're taking a break.
Probably one from. I did the same thing.
Somebody brought me one.
So I just switched, yeah.
It's not up there. Our next presentation is transportation, which will be presented by Mr. Abbas.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, respected Mayor and the Council. Today, I shall present the highlights of the Transportation Financial Year 2024 proposed operating budget. Transportation Department is 123 staff strong, 118 FTEs, full-time employees, and 5 temporary staff, and has 5 distinct divisions. The slide only shows 5, and those divisions are transit, intelligent transportation systems, traffic engineering and operations, airport, streets and right-of-ways, and planning and education. Planning and education is also responsible for grant management. Each of these divisions provide unique services to our constituents and strive to enhance their experience of the city's transportation system. This leads me to the mission of the Transportation Department, and that is ensure safe and efficient circulation of all modes of transportation, including transit, vehicular, bicycle, and pedestrian traffic, to minimize pollutant air emissions and to promote economic development throughout the city. Can you go to the next slide, please? The transportation proposed operating budget is approximately $38 million, out of which 53% goes towards the operating cost, 34% to the salaries and benefits, and the remaining 13% to the internal services. Next, please. This slide shows department strategic objectives and performance measures. Optimizing processes and delivery services are the fundamentals of maintaining safe, efficient, and cost-effective transportation system. And we at the transportation are continuously looking at improving these elements. And the asset management help facilitate this process. Along with safe and efficient management of traffic, implementation of pavement management strategies is a key department initiative. In financial year 2024, we plan to treat approximately 150 miles of our aging streets by spending about $21 million for improved community experience. Currently, we are doing a fresh pavement condition evaluation of our streets by deploying state-of-the-art technology, which is different than what we have used in the previous years. Once completed, this will help us determine the most appropriate and cost-effective fixes for our street systems. This evaluation will be completed in next few months. Next, please. We have 209 traffic signals in the city, including hawk signals. To better manage traffic, our goal is to connect all of these signals to the centralized traffic management center by the end of the next fiscal year. We all know flashing yellow arrows reduce crashes, especially those associated with left turns. We plan to install 11 more flashing yellow arrows at the Keys intersection throughout the city this coming year. The flashing yellow arrow, as we install now, cost us about $410,000. That's a lot of money. And this is because the way ADOT has developed their architecture for deploying this device. So there is a much better way of doing this functions. So at the present, we are developing our own architecture. We are developing our own plans and specifications, and we are writing the validation process. Once that is complete, we are going to deploy this at 4 to 5 intersections to validate the operations. And my hope is we can reduce this cost for $410,000 to $50,000. This is doable.
Mayor? Thank you, Mayor. Can you explain that again? I'm a big supporter of the flashing yellow light. It moves traffic so much more and relieves congestion, you're going to continue doing them, but you're performing work, and can you explain? I got confused.
Yeah, Mayor and the council, yes, we are installing 11 more flashing arrow in FY '24. What I said, the way we are installing, no, they are very expensive. We follow the ADOT, Arizona Department of Transportation deployment architecture, and that's very expensive. And there's a better way of doing it. Instead of spending $410,000, the same work can be done around $50,000.
That's awesome.
So we are developing our specification architecture, then we go back to ADOT and present it to them whether they're willing to adopt. If they're not willing to adopt, then we'll have our own plan and specification, and we'll follow that.
There's not much to argue about saving $400,000, but is it the physical work, or what is it that you guys are going to do in-house that we were contracting out and we're required to do a different way?
So give you a concept, it's not a new device for me. It was first installed by my staff in year 2000 in Michigan, so I'm very familiar with them. So I was surprised when they gave me an estimate of $410,000. So we already tasked and we already developing a thing, and I'm very confident we can do it at a much lower price. I've done it in California also.
Okay.
Much lower price.
Okay.
Here should be even lower. So we are very confident we'll get down there.
Okay.
So
Thank
basically,
you.
we're not writing, is we're reinventing the same architecture which has been deployed somewhere else.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. Appreciate it.
Your mic's not on.
I said you might want to patent that, and then we can just sell it to the other cities.
The idea.
Mayor and the council will try, we will prioritize our specifications, and we do that, you know.
Good man.
But it's doable, you know. To protect our school children, we shall install 3 additional school zones for those schools which abut the major high-speed arterials. Previously, we identified 11 such locations, and this installation will complete this project. Majority of our vehicular detection systems installed at traffic signals are obsolete and has become a challenge to maintain. To better manage delays and congestion along our major arterials, we shall be replacing existing detection system at 7 locations with forward-looking infrared device. That's a state-of-the-art device, which is much cheaper than our existing system and much less cost-effective to maintain, and has given us much more capabilities than we have from our existing detection system. With this, I pause with my performance, Mayor. Should you have any questions, I can answer them.
Mayor, I just wanted to comment on the school zone construction. Is this where you're putting the slow down signs and the signal signs to get people to slow down, or what are you talking about there?
Yes, Mayor and the council, yes, we are putting some signs on the pavement to warn the motor that you're entering a school zone. We are reducing the speed in that school zone to 25 miles per hour, and we're putting some flashing signs. And it can be throughout the day, or it can be during the operation of the schools. Probably will go during the operation of the schools, when the school's in session.
Oh, I know I've got a couple in at least one major one in my district that I've seen, and it works extremely well. It's in an area that has been prone to a lot of student accidents, and I'm seeing major slowdown by traffic, myself included, as we go through there, as it reminds us to slow down. And so I think it's working very well. Whoever came up with that idea to start doing that needs to be complimented.
This slide lists few of the many department accomplishment for the year FY23. In financial year 2023, we were able to score $11.4 million in the grant funds. And these grant funds includes $800,000 federal funds for the Safe Street for All. I'll take a moment to explain Safe Street for All. What we are going to do, we are going to develop a plan. We identify all the hot spots which have the higher number of crashes in the city, and then prioritize those in the order of their severity, and then develop the countermeasures which we can apply and mitigate those situations, and then lead into a toolbox which we can deploy anywhere else under similar situation without going to the expensive studies and time wasting. So there's a lot of time savings, and plus we will have a project ready to apply for the grant when the opportunity comes. By completing this plan, I think we'll get a good marks for the grant funding opportunities. And leading to that, yesterday, Director Feroz Marchia mentioned about Vision Zero plan. So what a Vision Zero plan is, this is a consortium of few select cities in the nation. Last once I checked, I believe only 8 or 9 cities was a part of this consortium. And the whole idea is, of the Vision Zero plan is, every crash is preventable. And we have a goal or aim leading towards 0 fatalities and 0 serious injuries, accidents on our streets. And this plan develops the strategies and have 3 basic elements: engineering solutions, enforcement, and the driver behavior, and then develop the strategies around this to mitigate the situation, ultimately leading to 0 fatalities and 0 serious injuries, accident on the street. This plan is very well supported by the federal government, especially the Federal Department of Transportation, and it will, and those cities which have deployed this plan has really seen a marked shift in the driver behaviors. And one of my last city where we worked, we developed this plan, and I am personal witness to the experience that we had a marked shift in our driver behavior. The federal government is very supportive, and the logical shift from the Safe Street all to the Vision Zero plan. Then we received $200,000 for the active transportation. That's basically for filling the gaps from the sidewalks, the curb ramps, and they're meant for the 75th Avenue and the Glendale Avenue. We received $7.5 million for airport, which we completed the taxiway, and South Apron is under construction with this grant. And $1.8 million in the intelligent transportation, which I will explain a little later. And then $1.1 million for transit operations. We plan to complete 3 miles of arterial reconstructions in FY23. 2 miles are completed and 1 mile is under construction. We will rehabilitate, by the end of the year, 109 miles of our street systems. We developed a citywide landscape plan, which you have seen a few months ago. The plan, we have developed the templates for the design, and we are ready to kickstart this plan. We have completed the airway taxiway, and as I said, South Apron is under construction at this point. We initiated the airport east side master plan, which will be completed this coming summer, and completed the rates and fee study for the airport. We deployed a test pilot program of advanced adaptive traffic management system, one of its kind. It's the only system at least in the state of Arizona, for Superbar in the Westgate area through the federal funding. It became a great success in managing the traffic and freed our police resources to do other jobs rather than managing physically the intersections. It became very popular with the federal government, and the federal government has offered us another $1.8 million in this grant, ITS, so we can expand this system along the Glendale corridors. As we expand the system, the rest of the corridor will emulate the same model as we move forward. We upgraded the TMC. Again, our TMC is a fixed TMC. We have big, bulky servers, cannot move them. So what we did, again, this is the first time we use, instead of using the big, bulky hardware server, we went to the virtual servers, which are more scalable. What is the advantage? Where I go, my TMC goes with me. I don't need a new equipment, I just move it. That's the reason we were able to establish a full-fledged operating TMC during the Super Bowl at the Gripstick. Because we don't need, and we have not deployed any equipment, we have not moved any equipment. And we also upgraded 184 intersection with a new controller, cabinet, load switch, detection device, and other video cameras and CCTVs. This one is interesting. Alive at 25 program is a new initiative that we started in the year 2023. The program teaches good driving behavior and the impacts of distracted driving to the high school students. We have 9 high school students with approximately 1,300 students that qualifies for this training. So far, with the resources available, we are only able to impart training at 3 high schools. And by the end of this year, we would have trained 300 students at these schools. The program received a lot of attention and became extremely popular with the high school students. The feedback which we received from the students, they reached back to us and they say, no, they are keeping an eye on their mom and dad and their friends and family who they're driving and pointing them what is the right way of driving. So this was really very encouraging. I would say this is an investment for the future, and the program can become a catalyst in changing the driver behavior, the leading and the most neglected cause of crashes in the region. We hosted a Glendale bike ride last Sunday, and this time our participation registration was more than double than what we have last year. It was a great success, And we also launched a micro-transit app where our citizen can book a ride, dial a ride on their app. And the result for the last 3 months, as I compared to the previous 3 months, there were a 40% increase in our demand as a result of the micro-transit. So I'll take another pause on the accomplishment. If you have any questions, I can answer. Thank you. So this is the department supplemental request. Right-of-way plan, you have seen it a few months back. The cost of the right-of-way plan is in the capital improvement budget. What we are asking here is just for the catch-up and the keep-up for the first year. Graffiti removal, we have only $2,220 available in the graffiti fund, and our service tax for the last year are $14,000. No way we can get to that 4,000. I either have to spend money somewhere else or just let it go. So we are just asking a very modest increase in the graffiti removal.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to ask a question about the right-of-way plan. There was quite a bit of confusion in my district as to, in our last workshop, we talked about replacing grass with artificial grass, and there was quite a bit of confusion from people thinking that we were going to spend a lot of money replacing the center grass along 75th, I believe it was, or Union Hills and some of those areas that have a lot of grass, that have a lot of problems with watering and getting into the streets and that kind of thing. And so I just want you to clarify for us what the intent is in that area so the public understands exactly what our intent is regarding that grass.
Mayor and the council, there was some confusion about, some reporter created a confusion in the reporting, and the way it was reported that we are removing the grass and replacing with artificial turf. And that's not the case. We are removing the grass and replacing it with the drought-tolerant landscape plan. The artificial turf, which I do not foresee there's any location, but this was one of the options only for the very, very narrow nose median where we cannot apply anything else, But that was just an option, but I can do that work by doing a concrete pavers and other paver. But 99.99% it will be a drought-tolerant landscaping.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I had clarified this with Jamshid because there was some confusion, and it was my understanding that the areas where the grass is going to be removed, that those medians will have just artificial turf basically around the cone or the points of the median to maintain the green characteristic. That's a feature of some of the neighborhoods in Arrowhead Ranch, which residents would like to preserve and not have all of it artificial. I basically was looking at the concept on slide 14 in that presentation and was assured that where there is grass, maybe there's still some confusion, that where there is grass, that is the concept that's going to be used there. Is that it's going to be green, just so that when you're driving, whichever direction you're driving, when you drive up on the median, the first thing you're going to see is a little bit of green on the end, and then all the middle is going to be all granite with drought-tolerant landscape. Is that which is correct?
Mayor and the council, the intent for the artificial turf was only at the narrow nose median, not on the edges or on the back of the pavement to do a circumferential strip along that. That was not the intent, because there's a limitation of installing our landscaping, because artificial turf generates a lot of heat, and we cannot install any plant closer to a certain distance because that plant or tree or the bush or shrub will be difficult to survive. But we can certainly, if that's the intent, we can certainly look into that and see what the best made is available to us, and we are open to.
Yeah, I'm looking, I had it here because I just talked to Jamshid. So basically, and there would be no landscape. It would just be basically, if you look at, if we go back to, and I don't think anybody has it on the top of the hand, but slide 14, when we went through the presentation, showed that concept where that was the concept for replacing medians with grass, with all the landscape's going to be in the granite, just the edges where there's going to be no landscape other than just some artificial turf. So when you're driving, you still see the green only just on the ends, but the middle is going to be granite and drought-tolerant landscape. Now, I understand that nothing's going to be planted in the turf, but I think at least for the residents that now have all that lush green want to maintain some of the green space. And the idea was, that was the way it was explained to me, is that when you're driving towards the median, as you're driving, you still see the green as you're driving before you see the rest of the landscape, which is going to be in granite with drought-tolerant landscape. Is that correct?
Did you say the nose points?
Mayor and the council, yeah. No. This was one of the options, but that was not the recommended option from the staff. The recommended option was to only consider the artificial turf in that narrow nose median, where we have median, and when we get to the intersection, it gets narrow for left turn lanes, just that small, maybe 18 inch to 2 feet wide. We can install a plant, so that's the location which we were suggesting. But if that's the way but once we go to the plan, we can always consider. And if it's a possibility and cost effective.
Yeah, I think it actually, there seems to be a little confusion with everybody up here. Maybe one of these workshops coming up, maybe you could actually get an extra 10 minutes in there where you can show us with some graphs and things.
Mayor, members of the council, I think we may be talking about the same scenario just being described a little bit differently. In the narrowest part of the median, which we refer to as the splinter island, it could be 2 or 3 feet wide. That's where typically, I think that's what Mr. Abbas is suggesting, that's where the artificial green turf goes. Now, where do we terminate that artificial green space? So in that particular slide that you may be referring to, council member, that could be going a few more feet, so it doesn't look like it's an abrupt end of a green splinter island. We will phase it gradually into the wider median, but not go all the way through the significant portion of that median, so it doesn't look like it's an abrupt discontinuation of that green strip. So I think we're both talking about a very similar situation. The other thing I might add is before they engage in this particular project, there was also a recommendation from this council that you might want to engage the citizens at that time. So staff is prepared to go out and have those meetings earlier on before any of this is finalized.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, because that was, I know probably not everybody can see it, but this is what I was referring residents to, is basically, it's kind of a rounded point of just, but at least still will have the effect of the green feature, which is what residents expect, and because that's what they've grown accustomed to. So, and I know the concern was the cost and the heat and everything of all artificial turf. And honestly, the article was quite confusing, I think, for residents that didn't see the workshop. So that's why I started sending them the presentation and referring them to this page so that they would understand. So, okay, and I appreciate the seeking resident input. I think that's a good idea. Thank you.
You have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor. I've been looking through the transportation section. I remember, or correct me if I'm wrong, I remember seeing a line item for Scallop Streets, that we had reinitiated the Scallop Street program, and I think the amount was around 200,000. Does that ring a bell with you?
So Mayor and the council, we have $8 million for the Scallop Streets.
Okay.
And so we have a plan. We already identified those streets. There's about 2 or 2.5 miles we can do with $8 million. So we have prioritized all the store.
So you can cover 5 miles of streets?
2.5 miles we can do.
2.5 miles. Would you share with council if you've identified what streets are going to be remediated?
Mayor and the council, certainly we can do that. We have a list
Okay.
we'll send.
Then secondly, I know our initial pavement management program was a 7-year program, if I remember correctly. It was going to take 7 years to touch every street in Glendale. Where are we in that program? Year 5, year 6? I don't even remember.
Mayor and the council, we have our payment program started 10 years ago, but our first evaluation was done in 2020, 2019. So that's why we're doing a new evaluation, but we have not followed the recommendations which were given in the payment evaluation survey. The reason being, our roads, majority of the roads at that time was failing, they were parting, and we just want to stop the further deterioration. We don't want the street to slip immediately into the reconstruction phase. So we went ahead and touched every street in the city, put some kind of a treatment to gain a year or two so we can do another evaluation and then start applying our treatment in a more scientific way. So by the end of this year, we have touched every street in the city.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. By the end of this year, we'll have touched every street. Then what's the plan going forward? Do we have X number of streets that we will revisit from now on? What's the plan?
So Mayor of the council, I said in the previously, we are doing a new evaluation using the state-of-the-art system, and that evaluation will be completed in next couple of months. That evaluation will give us the priority, condition of the street, will identify the project, will identify the best and the most cost-effective fixes for a street, which can enhance the life cycle of a street. So we will follow that recommendations at that.
Okay, thank you.
So in HERF, we have a signs and marking machine where we do the longitudinal marking of our street. That is an old machine. It's leaking, is out of service for quite some time. So it's just a replacement of that machine. And it's run on the thermoplastic. It's a problem. It doesn't heat everything evenly. And even if we are in operation, the life cycle at the quality of the material which we're using is very poor. And we have requesting a new FTE by converting a temporary service worker in a signs and marking. We have 3 FTEs in signs and marking and 1 temporary. It has been a challenge to hire a temporary worker. We hire them. It take us 6 months to train them, then they leave, and it's a continuously ongoing cycle, and currently this position is vacant. We have 3 crews. Basically, they work in pair. So it's a wastage of third crew is mostly sitting idle. So we want to convert that to a full-time. So we have 2-man crews, and we have about 1,000 lane miles, which we do every year. So it will help us to facilitate and expedite our lane marking and keep a quality control on our lane marking system. In the street maintenance, for to do are the concrete and asphalt repairs, we have 7 different pieces of equipment. All 7 pieces of equipment is out of their service life. The cost to replace those 7 pieces of equipment is $765,000. That's a lot of cost. So we went out, did a market research, what other communities, cities are using. So we found equipment which can do the work for all that 7 pieces of equipment which we have to replace, and it will just cost over $128K. Much more cost effective, much more expensive. It's just a replacement of that equipment. And then we have requesting a 9K in a truck bed topper. It's basically for the graffiti. At this time, they have open bed truck. There's no bed. The equipment moves, spills over, people still there. They have to climb up and down. So it will just facilitate the process and eliminate the possibilities of injury. For the right-of-way maintenance, we have 2 crews which work on the tree maintenance regularly, one on the east side and one on the east side, but we have only 1 chipper. It's not a very efficient way of working it. So other crew stays idle, or they use a dump truck, so they have to take a lot of trips back and forth from the landfills. It's just a wastage of time. So we are requesting another chip so that both the crews can work independently, and we can improve our efficiencies double or triple. So if we finish the work, the same crew then go and work on the street maintenance system style. So it's a more efficient way of doing the work. Then we have requesting in the right-of-way, we have 4 temps. As I said before, these positions mostly remain vacant, difficult to hire them. If we hire them, we train them, and then they leave because they all perform some kind of equipment, go through a training certification, and by the time they're ready, they leave us. So what we are suggesting, we can eliminate 2 positions and convert other 2 positions to a permanent position, so we have a better retention in the department.
Mayor, I have what may be a silly question, but what do you do with the contents, the waste in the chipper? It's landscape debris. So I know a lot of places use it for mulching and things like that. What do we do with it?
Mayor and the council, I think you're absolutely right. We use it for the mulching. We give it free to the citizens. We dump at some fire stations closer to those chips, and these can be used. And mostly those goes to the park because they have a lot of requirements.
Very good. Thank you.
Good. The next slide, please. In the sales tax, we have a requirement of a sales tax ordinance that we have to do an audit after every 3 years, and this is a request for that audit. Fixed bus route, we have a contract with City of Phoenix. That's the increase in the services, so just to make up that increase in the service cost. As I say, we have 5 distinct divisions, and all those divisions specialized in some activities, and they perform multiple different work. And then we have a budget of about $97 million annual budget between the capital and the operating. We really need another deputy director which can provide the oversight and the required expertise for us to better manage and perform our work. I think that can lead to a lot of cost saving if you have better oversight. We are requesting to convert a part-time to a management analyst. There was an audit which was done both by the FTA and the local audit, which recommending having a contract administrator position in the transit. So what we are saying here, we eliminate one of our dispatcher position and convert that to the management analyst, because in the department we have 95 contracts and they all require oversight. Instead of just providing oversight to the transit, we'll use it in the department, and that will provide oversight to all of contracts of the department. The overtime increase is just an increase associated with our family bike ride. We have education. This is related to Alive at 25. So we have a staff who is a temporary staff. We hired about a year back. We spent about 6 to 8 months to train the staff, and now the staff has left. So we want to convert into a permanent position so we can retain it and can really do continue with our program. And this staff not only do Alive at 25, they do other things like training the cross guard, putting up the publication for the traffic safety, public outreach, managing big events like Glendale Bike Ride. We have requesting a temporary admin staff to a permanent. This staff provides public outfits for the division, transit divisions. So they receive Glendale requests, they receive telephone calls. Not only that, this staff also collect bus fares, count them, do a verification, and then deposit the bus fare, utility billings, and host of other jobs this perform. Temporary staff, same problem of retention. It requires training, just cannot perform a work. So it has basically become like another burden for us to train the staff and then leave because we have to commit another staff to train with them. So we are requesting FTE instead of a part-time staff. We have a challenge of retaining or hiring drivers, CDL, in the transit. At present, we have 13 vacancies. We have 8 temporaries. We have never been able to fill those. So we want to convert out of 8, 4 of the temporary driver to a permanent staff so we can hire them. And recently, we increased the incentives also for hiring, and hopefully that will make some difference. So that's what we are requesting here. We are again converting a lead temporary staff to a permanent position. Again, hiring and retention is an issue with this one, and this is a very, very important position. This lead staff, not only a driver, is also a supervisor during weekends and holidays and receives public calls, address their issues, do the field checks. Not only do the field checks, they are also responsible for training the drivers, which amounts to our safety. So we want to convert that to a permanent position too. We are also requesting an additional ITS technicians. The industry standard is every 40 traffic signals should have 1 ITS technician. And by this standard, we need 5.5. Existingly, we have 3. And again, if we have 3, mostly they work in peer. It's not a very efficient way of doing this one, so we want to hire 1 more so they can work in 2 separate crews and be able to better manage our transportation system. And all these measures will help us to reduce our congestion, travel time, and lead to the safer streets for all. At the airport side, we are requesting $3,000 just in the landscaping. It's not every year we overspend this much of amount, so we're just trying to fill in that gap. We have an old tractor, more than 20 years old at the airport, which is mostly out of service, and doesn't have a cabin. So we're requesting a new tractor with a cabin so they can perform work during all weather conditions and can better communicate with the ATC. No, they cannot communicate with the AC, and half of the time they spend on crossing the runway because there's no good communication. They cannot hear with each other. And then airport temporary pay, $63K. Again, every year we overspend $63,000 to $65,000 in the temporary fee, and we are just asking this to fill in that gap. And this leads me to the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Go ahead.
Not a question so much as a request. I put it on. It's not a question so much as a request. I think, and it gets back to the pavement management program. When you reviewed the data and you come up with some kind of PMP new plan, I am requesting that you bring it before council in the form of a workshop, because pavement management was one of the major priorities of this council. And I think we still want to keep tabs on it and know what the plans are for the future. So I would appreciate it if you would prepare to do that at some point.
Mayor and the council will already planning to do that. It's very important for you to understand where our pavement condition is so we can all work together as a team and solve this problem.
Thank you very much.
Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank you and your staff for being so responsive to citizens. I get quite a few. I get quite a bit of input. That's a nicer way of saying it on traffic signal timing and different issues up in my district. And you guys are always, willing to engage with residents and try to work things out. So I just want to first say thank you for that. But I did have one question on the supplemental. You have on your supplemental request that you've submitted let me find it here, the temporary education specialist to put that person as a regular FTE. And then there was another request for a new FTE for a transportation education specialist. So was the intent, and that was not approved, was the intent to double the effort on the Alive at 25, or what was the intent of the second request for the transportation education specialist?
Mayor and the council, the intent was to double the effort and reach every school, but we have internal discussions. I thought we have another options. We want to explore that option, and that option may work better than having other staff. And what we are planning to do, we want to reach out to the insurance companies, the health industries, because they have a vested interest. It's a free education, free training and advertisement for them, and we to see if they want to participate with us, and we train them and take them to the school, and they will become a partner. And then we also want to reach out to the schools, because that's their program. So we not be there, the class goes, the new class comes and keep on going, and we offer them to train their staff and educate them, certify them, so they can take over their responsibility, and they will be much more efficient to train their staff. So we'll see that how it goes, and if we still need, we'll come back at a later.
All right, I love that, and that's one thing I really like about you, is you're really frugal with the taxpayers' dollars and trying to look for cost savings and ways to improve things without really increasing costs. So I appreciate that too. So thank you, Shahid.
Thank you, Mayor. Question is more to the city manager. Mr. Phelps, I sent you a request to look into 71st Avenue between Ocotillo Road and Bethany Home Road. You replied, and it's a median with SRP poles in it, so there's not much you can do by way of trees, and it has DG or decomposed granite, and that's it, and there's been nothing there for years, no landscape. You said it was going to be, I thought you said it was going to be in the transportation budget. Does that reflect in this budget, or can you talk about that?
It's in the right-of-way program.
Yeah, Mayor and the council, that's a part of the right-of-way landscape plan, so we will initiate that project as a part of the right-of-way landscape plan.
So it's fair to say that I can report back to those constituents that project is going to be in the 23-24?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Phelps, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Huggins.
Our next presentation is Development Services, which will be presented by Mr. Huggins.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm delighted to be here today. My experience returning back to Development Services after 7 years in economic development has been phenomenal. Thank you, Mr. Phelps and Mr. Mehta. I sincerely appreciate this opportunity. Here with me today are Tabitha Perry and Georgia Pavlovic, both of which lead some of the most productive and effective teams the city's ever seen. Also, if I get stuck, they can assist in answering any questions you may have. We are in a very unusual time. In the next 6 to 12 months, Development Services will be going through the most change they've ever experienced, a true test of our ability to transform and adapt. First, we'll move to a new location, the Bede Museum. Next, we will start our first new permitting software, plan review, and inspection system in decades. At this time, we accept digital plans but do not use online software. We are currently doing our best using emails and multiple archaic systems that don't communicate with each other and require multiple layers of manual input. Third, once approved, we will begin using the UDC, or the Uniform Development Code, which replaces the zoning ordinance created 30 years ago. Fourth, in early 2024, the new series of international building codes comes out for adoption. This will likely include new national water use or water-wise standards. And fifth, in early 24, we will begin the general plan update addressing many of the regulations found in the UDC, as well as the discussion items created by committees many of you are involved with that need to be incorporated. In short, our physical location, our cyber location, and all of our codes and ordinances will be changing in a very short period of time. But we are up for the challenge. Now, I have an option for you. Mayor and Council, there are two versions of this presentation. One is short and very specific to the supplementals, and one is much more in-depth with a lot more detail. So I leave it up to you. I can go with the short version. I believe it'll answer most of your questions. Excellent.
My guess is do the short, because there'll probably be questions that'll probably go to the long.
Okay. Levi, if you could go to slide 21, or 121. So this, I have a script. It says, finally, we arrive at the supplemental slide. Yeah. So first we have the general plan rewrite, update, and approval. State law requires municipalities adopt the general plan every 10 years. Ours needs to be complete in 2026. This is an 18 to 24-month process. The next is our ArcGIS urban software. Planning and GIS recently shared an interactive development map prototype with City Council. It was a two-dimensional model, a flat map. This add-on software takes this to the next level and adds a third dimension so you can see what the building or project would look like above and below ground. It is an extension of our existing GIS system, and the hardware and equipment were included in the GIS specialist position last year. The next is a cost of service or a cost recovery study. We recently received the results of a third-party fee audit by Moss Adams. One of the top recommendations is a cost of services study to be compliant with GFOA, or Government Finance Officers Association guidelines. Our last study was in 2012. The point of the study is to review the cost of providing plan review, inspection, and permitting services across all development-related departments, and verify the cost of service is commensurate with the fees being collected. The next is an administrative support assistant in planning. This position is being converted from a contract position that was being paid through salary savings to an FTE. Administrative support has a direct effect on customer service abilities. Behind the scenes, there is a large volume of complex administrative work that is governed by legal deadlines and similar requirements. This includes helping the team prepare for City Council, Planning Commission, Board of Adjustments, and Historic Preservation meetings. The next item is a Development Services Solar Technology Representative. Again, we are converting a contract position to an FTE. After evaluating the need for the past year, it is necessary to have a position like this. This person will be the single point of contact for intake, fees, plan review, and permits for solar electric projects. This area has seen year-over-year growth, and having this position will free up the time for our reviewers that need to focus on larger, more complex projects. This type of one-stop service improves the customer service experience immensely while also creating a more efficient process. The next two items are reclassifications from building safety official and the planning manager to deputy directors. Both positions lead significant divisions and are responsible for much of the growth and success I mentioned a few minutes ago, which you didn't get to hear because I didn't do that part. Our culture has changed. In the past, the building official and planning manager were more code and ordinance-centric positions, mainly internal to the city. With our additional focus on economic development, these divisions and positions act as ambassadors of the city. They meet with some of the largest landowners, developers, and global companies, with the goal of instilling confidence in these new businesses so they choose to invest in our city and continue to reinvest based on the speed to market, experience, innovative customer service, and confidence they have in our ability to perform. Again, items we share with other cities, I'm sorry, that's again from the previous part of the presentation, but the items that we share with other cities, counties, utilities on how we're able to keep up with the incredible pace for so long, for such a long duration, are a direct result of the innovation and leadership of these positions. As a director, I feel extreme pride when I receive an email from a new business sharing that they were so impressed when they received their C of O in record time with a personal message from the building official thanking them for their investment in our community. The city receives its due recognition based on the unprecedented service and hard work of many of our departments and leadership and the next level work now required of these two positions. This is a reclass in line with how the city org charts are for other departments for division heads of this type. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mayor. I applaud you for your speed to market. I think we're unprecedented in the entire valley, and I know that your team has made that happen, and it continues to happen. Especially and mostly with larger projects. So my question is, and I've brought this up once before in a workshop, what are we doing for the speed to market for the little guy? If I get a complaint about things going too slow, it's always from the very small projects. You know, a small business is trying to get things rolling and making some changes in their business. What are you trying to do to implement in your department to improve that as well, to get it the speed to market level that we are providing for our larger customers?
So there's our mayor, council member, there are a few ways that we work with this. Back in our, I'll just describe it, in some of our metrics, it talks about that we will receive nearly 11,000 calls and visits to the city. One of the benefits of the way that we're operating now is that we try and do as much as we can in that visit or on that phone call, and if it leads to something that needs more investigation or more research, then we shift it into a service request where the person puts it in writing, and then we go and do the research to find out what exactly would it take for them to go from whatever their question is to their ultimate goal. This process has been working really well. We do see in the next year, though, with the move to a different location, new cyber location, that we're going to get more calls. We're going to get more visits. And we're definitely going to be working through that, trying to continue the service that we're providing now and extending it. Another piece to that is how quickly that we're getting people through first and second review, and especially when you're new at it, getting through reviews is very difficult. So one of the things that we do now and we offer to folks is more really short meetings. So before you submit a design review, there's a pre-app. We can even do a pre-app so that whatever you bring to that pre-app meeting is more helpful. Before you submit a plan, you can do a pre-planned submittal meeting. Meet with the building official or with the folks that are going to be reviewing it so that you get an idea of what is actually required. The unfortunate thing that happens is sometimes people bring what they think they need, and then they find out that's not what they needed, or they need more information, and it leads to more reviews, more contacts where they feel frustrated. So everything we can do to preempt that is what we're going to do now.
Excellent. I really like that plan, and I hope it really makes a difference with the smallest projects in our city, because I know that it's not a lot of revenue generating from the smaller projects, and it probably takes a lot of time from your department. But I feel like we need to really try to improve that process for our small businesses and residents that are making small changes. Thank you very much for your comments.
I'm going to go first. You said basically what I was thinking and what I know. I get calls fairly frequently in my office from businesses, both big and small. And the smaller ones I'm finding more frequently are the ones that don't understand the entire process, and they get frustrated really quick because they don't deal with it every day. The bigger ones deal with it on a regular basis. They know what's required. So I'm glad to hear that you're going to address that, because I do think that's going to make a huge difference. And the larger ones, a lot of times what I've found, and I'm sure you can attest, a lot of times it's the contractors telling the owners, yeah, we did that, but they didn't. I run into that a lot. When I start checking out, you go, well, yeah, but they haven't turned this in. They were supposed to turn it in 2 weeks ago. So it rests on both sides, but I think the pre-training, the pre-meetings, I think will go a long, long ways.
Thank you, Mayor. And I concur with both what the mayor said and Councilmember Malnar said. It jogged my memory, and even when we were on the business committee or the business committee, one of the areas of concern was speed to market for small contractors. They seem to get left in the dust. And it may be a case of they don't know what they're doing, but in some cases they did know what they were doing, and it still took them a long time. And when it costs them money, it really hurts them, as opposed to a large business that can defray the cost. So I concur with both gentlemen and would like to see you focus on small businesses and what you can do to help them get through the process. Second, my question is, what is the time span for a plan review? How long does it take? A week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
So it's different depending on, if you're doing a large project, say a ground-up building, it's 25 days as your first review, 15 days for a second review, but that's a highly complicated project. Tenant improvement, it's 10 days for the first review, so it's basically 2 weeks because it's 10 working days.
Okay, so 10 working days or 2 weeks for the first review. Is the time for the second review commensurate? Is it also 10 days or 2 weeks?
Give me one second. I believe it's 7, but I just want to make sure. Yes. It's 7 days.
7 days. I think that's another area that really needs more attention. We're talking about at least a minimum of 3 weeks to get through plan review. We're doing this electronically mostly now, aren't we?
That mayor is, or mayor, council, vice mayor.
I'll take it.
I'll say sort of. And that's where we
Sort
have
of?
these archaic systems. We're using a Hansen system that doesn't communicate with anything else, a payment system that doesn't communicate with anything else, a review system that doesn't communicate, a storage system that doesn't communicate, and we take things in via email, not online. So to say we have some kind of an online or organized system, we're doing the best we can with what we have, but we have an RFP out now that we have a few different folks that have submitted software that should work for the city that we'll be able to implement here in the next year or so.
Well, I thought a couple years ago we were going to convert from Hanson and find something else. And here we are a couple years later, and we're still using Hanson?
Mayor, or Vice Mayor Feroz, in his presentation, mentioned that during COVID, the company that was supposed to get the contract backed out. They were unable to perform, so we had to start the process over.
Jeez. Okay. But you are working on it this year, correct? Or no?
It's the, I'm sorry, Mayor, Vice Mayor. The RFP was sent out. We have respondents. Now it's down to a committee to review the respondents to make sure that they qualify, and then we'll do sandboxes where we test every possible thing we can think of to make sure that we pick the one that works the best for us.
When you look at the, especially for a software program, when you look at it, do you invite IT to come in and help you evaluate the efficiency and effectiveness of the program in addressing your department's needs?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, yes, they're actually leading.
They're leading it?
Yeah, that's why it was in Feroz's budget as well.
Okay.
It's not specifically to building safety or any of the other development departments, but we will use it.
All right, great, good answers. Thank you very much.
Well, I just feel kind of bad that we didn't get to hear his whole spiel.
Yeah.
If there's anything you think we really need to hear, feel free. I just want to say I appreciate the work. I know how busy you guys are there on the second floor. And I mean, you guys, deliver service with a smile, even under sometimes a lot of stressful situations. Time is money, and everybody wants to be first. So I appreciate the work that you guys do. Thank you.
All right.
Mayor? Thank you. I'm just concerned that that strategy is going to spread to other departments next year. You want the long version or the short version? I don't want to see that happening because the long version is very important. Thank you so much.
All right, how about if we go ahead and bring water services up and just get this thing wrapped up?
The short version.
Our final presentation is water services, which will be presented by Mr. Ron Serio.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Glad to be here to present our operating budget for next fiscal year. Would you like the long version or the short version? No, just kidding. All right.
Well played, well played.
The Water Services Department strives to provide water, wastewater, stormwater, and urban irrigation services with a culture of outstanding customer service. It's not unusual that our team receives unsolicited compliments from our customers that are dealing directly with our frontline staff out in the field. So I think that's a big deal. We pride ourselves on customer service and responsiveness and take pride in that. With respect to our operating budget, we're requesting $72.8 million, and it supports 214 full-time equivalents. And as you can see on the pie chart, that's just how the operating budget is allocated. With respect to performance measures, we have 3 blocks of performance measures that you'll be seeing. This first one is for our environmental services group, And it covers our compliance lab, it covers our water resources group, and it covers our conservation area. The one item that I would like to point out is the first line, the CAP water recharged. You'll see a 0 for this year and a 0 for next year. About a year ago, when we put the goals together for this estimate, because of the Colorado River drought, we intentionally made that 0 because we were expecting a mid-year cut to our allocation of CAP water. So we wanted to save as much as we could to offset the cut that we were going to get. However, we did have a very good winter in the Colorado River Basin and in Arizona as well, in the SRP Basin. So at this point in time, we do not expect to have a cut, a mid-year cut on the Colorado River system. However, next year in January, we still think we'll be seeing a cut of some sort. We'll know more in August or September. Next slide. This block of performance measures applies to our water and wastewater plants. And there's a lot behind the scenes to make this happen. Treating water and wastewater is a very complicated process. So these performance measures basically ensure that we're providing enough drinking water to meet the demand that our customers require. We want to make sure we're giving them enough water to meet their needs. And on the other end, we want to ensure that we're able to treat all of the wastewater that's returned to us. And we treat that to a A+ effluent standard, and we either directly reuse that effluent or recharge it for groundwater credits. And we do both of those things as cost effectively as possible. This final performance measure slide covers our system operations. These measures are there to make sure that we're proactively maintaining our water distribution and our wastewater collection systems. And we do a very good job of doing that. We're very proactive with our systems, and our overflows in the sewer and our main breaks are consistently under industry standards. We far exceed industry standards in these areas. I'd like to just talk about 3 of our accomplishments. You're all aware of our Pyramid Peak expansion and improvement project. It took many years through design and construction, but it was a big project, about $70 million. That was completed, and we put in for a couple of awards. One was the Real Estate Development Award, which was a pretty prestigious award, and there's several categories that they provide awards for. And you're competing with private sector development, a lot of very nice development projects that you're competing with. We did make it to the top 5 as a finalist area, but we didn't get the ultimate prize. However, we were notified pretty recently that we did win the Arizona Water Association's 2023 Large Plant of the Year Award. This will be presented to us on May 10th at the Arizona Water Conference. Another area that I'd like to highlight is we recently installed 2 new wells for the city of Glendale. They're in the northern part of our city. They're not completed yet. We've completed the downhole portion, all the underground piece. And the reason that we're at that stage is you do that first, then you see how much production you get out of the well and what the groundwater quality is. Then it goes back into an engineering phase to design equipment to be able to collect that water and to meet the groundwater quality standards. So we're in that stage now, but it's been many years since Glendale has installed new wells, and these are very critical to our system for a couple of reasons. One, if we have a plant outage and we're able to turn on wells, it buys us some additional time in our system to get whatever the issue is resolved. Secondly, for drought, we're anticipating that we will see some CAP cuts, and having wells to offset those cuts that we're going to see is critical to be able to provide water to all of our customers. Finally, I wanted to talk a little bit about interconnects. If you recall, a couple of years ago, we did receive about $2 million in federal funding from Senator Mark Kelly for this project. And what interconnects are, we basically connect our system to our neighbor's system. In our case, it's Peoria and Phoenix. And if we have an emergency or an outage, then we have the opportunity to take water from our neighboring city to help meet some of the demand. So as of today, we've completed one interconnect, or we're about 90% complete with an interconnect with the city of Peoria, and we just completed design for an interconnect with the city of Phoenix, and that one will be starting construction fairly soon. All right, on to the supplementals. The first one is for raw water, and we have one-time and ongoing costs that make up this $849,000. First, I'll talk about the first one-time cost. It's $100,000, and that's for a feasibility study that SRP is doing that's looking at raising the dam that creates the Bartlett Lake. This would provide more water resources for those who participate in the project. We're participating in the feasibility study. It's $400,000 for Glendale, payable $100,000 a year. This is the third year that we're requesting $100,000. We'll do the same next year to pay for that. Another one-time increase is $310,000 for CAP. And again, this is anticipating that in January, they'll go to a tier 2B cut. And when they do that, there's less water, so they have less revenue. They have surcharges that they will charge us to recover what they need to recover. And then finally, the remaining amount, $439,000, is just to cover the annual SRP and CAP raw water rate increases. The next item is chemicals. Chemicals for our water treatment plant are critical. They are the core of our water treatment process. We can't treat surface water without chemicals. There's been, I would say, three primary drivers that are affecting the cost of chemicals. Primarily, it's inflation, but we also have production. You know, the more you produce, the more chemicals you need, and also the raw water quality. We've seen increases in organics, and we have to treat them a little bit different, and it takes a little bit more chemicals to do that. With respect to inflation, over the past year, we have seen anywhere from 10% to 100% increase in chemicals. Caustic soda went up 100% in 1 year. We're not the only ones dealing with this. Our peer cities in the valley are all having the same issue. And there's not a lot of supply. It's a global market, these chemicals, and there's not a lot of different vendors that you can go to get them. One thing I do want to point out is of the 2.2, 1.4 million is for Pyramid Peak. And the other thing that's going on there is Peoria is now able to take more flow from the expansion. They haven't been able to do that because they had to upgrade their interconnect with us to get more water through it. That has been completed, so that cost will be increased because we're producing more water for Peoria, but then it'll be offset with about $644,000 that they will reimburse us for that. Water meters. Again, there's a few drivers with this. One is inflation. The cost of meters has gone up. We're also looking at new technology. Our current meters are mechanical meters, so they have parts in them that spin. And as they age, there's more friction, they don't spin as freely. So what happens is they will under-register a little bit, which means we get a little bit less revenue. So there are newer meters on the market that are called static meters, and they don't have any moving parts. And the advantage of those is that as they age, there's hardly any degradation, nothing compared to a mechanical meter. So very consistent with how they register and our revenue that is generated from those. The other thing is, we're looking at, we have about 64,000 meters in our system. We replace less than 2,000 a year. And if you do the math, if it were 2,000, that would take 32 years to replace all of our meters. The life of a meter is 15 to 20 years, so we want to replace more meters each year to reduce the age of the meters that are out in our system. Equipment maintenance, this is a purely inflational adjustment. And what this covers is we have a lot of maintenance staff. We have electricians, we have instrument techs, we have mechanics, and they're out every day doing preventive maintenance on our equipment, and they're fixing things that break. The materials that they need to buy to do that job, they've just gone up in price. So this is purely an inflation adjustment for that. Water conservation is the next item. What we're trying to do is provide additional funds to further incentivize conservation with our customers. We did present this to council at a workshop back in September. So what we're doing is, one, we've always had a rebate for people that have removed turf and replaced that with Xeriscape. We had a rebate for that. So we're increasing the dollar value for that rebate, but then we're adding several other categories to that to have rebates to incentivize them to conserve even further. One is they can remove turf and replace it with artificial turf. Secondly, we're replacing toilets. If you replace a high water use toilet with a low water use toilet, same thing with a clothes washing machine. If you replace a higher water use washing machine with a lower water use machine. We're looking at landscape irrigation controllers, having an incentive for that. The new controllers can look at your moisture content in your soil. They can tell if it rains or not and reduces the outside watering. They really do a great job in conserving water. Also, we're adding a rebate for removing a pool or a spa. Next is overtime. This, we're asking for a one-time increase because we're optimistic that we're going to be successful this year in reducing the number of vacancies that we have. We typically hover around 20 vacancies is where we're at. We're somewhere plus or minus that. Today, we have 21 vacancies, but we do have 5 or 6 candidates that have accepted offers, and they're not here yet, but they should be here within the next few weeks. So we're doing a few things in that area, and I'll just give you a couple of examples. Our job postings were pretty boring. They kind of were like a job spec. We've updated them or modernized them. We now add a picture of our water treatment plant. We give an overview of what the Water Services Department does. We will have a picture of an employee, hopefully doing whatever that job is, and then a description of this is what you would do on a day-to-day basis. Then we highlight the benefits. We'll identify our insurance, our Delta Dental, our Blue Cross. We'll put their symbols in the announcement. We'll highlight if it's a hard-to-fill position, if there's a hiring bonus or not, and then also mention that there's a retirement system here. And the intent is just to get more attention and get more people applying for jobs. The other thing, in the water utility business, we're not the only ones that are struggling to fill our positions. It's across the valley. And the cities are taking people from each other. So the other thing we're doing in terms of filling, if we're going out for an operator position, for example, we'll post it for 4 weeks. Instead of waiting till the end of 4 weeks and then seeing who applied and then scheduling a panel and doing it that way, we've worked with our business partner at HR, and we've asked them to look every week at who applied. And if we get a candidate that applied this week, we'll assemble that panel for one interview if we need to try to shorten that process, because everybody else is trying to get these same candidates. So we've been successful in trying to get ahead of the game and getting offers out to them as quickly as we can.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Question with regard to your vacancies. You said you have 21 vacancies. Do you anticipate, it sounds like you understand the challenges of hiring, and I do too now. Do you think you'll have all those vacancies filled within the next fiscal year?
I don't think all of them will be filled, but I do think, my goal would be to maybe go instead of averaging 20, maybe if we average 10 or 15, that would be a great improvement. We'll never be 100% full.
Okay. Thank you for that. Now, per Ms. Rios, everything has to have a budget regardless of there's revenues coming in or not. With that said, why wouldn't we use, to Ms. Rios, why wouldn't we use his vacancy that's salaries that are encumbered already in the budget for his overtime, rather than ask for a supplement of 127 for overtime? And that could be any department, but just picking on yours since you brought it up.
Mayor, members of the council, we do that on a regular basis to cover, like you said, for overtime when there are vacancies. But in anticipation of filling those vacancies now, the thought is that as you fill them, then you'll won't have the salary savings to cover for that overtime anymore. In addition to that, these employees will also probably work some overtime as well.
Yeah, I understand. But it sounds like if we're going to have 10 vacancies roll over the next fiscal year, then he's got, this department has plenty of vacancy savings to use for overtime. In fact, it would encourage you to use the vacancy savings for that overtime. So it's just a little confusing why we wouldn't use that and ask for a dollar amount that you probably won't even use. So just my opinion is I don't know that the 127 is, I know it's necessary for the overtime, but I know it's necessary for a supplemental request when you have, you'll probably have half of your 21, 10 or 11 vacancies that you can use. But okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Serio, I appreciate the work you and your staff do. We've got some issues up in my district you guys have been really, really responsive to also. My question is on the staffing. Is it a hiring issue? Is it a retention issue? Is it both? I mean, I remember having conversations with the previous director about that. I mean, it's difficult to get, I guess, some of the jobs are a little bit maybe mundane might be the word, and a lot of solitary work and things like that. So is it hard to get people to stay? Is that why, what is the actual, from your perspective, what is the issue?
Mayor, Councilmember Tomachoff, I think it's a combination of things. I think people like working here. We've had staff that have left and went to other cities and have come back. And I think that's a testament that we have a good work culture, I guess. There is a shortage of water professionals in the area. And what you see is people tend to move around for a 50-cent raise or a $1 raise, or to get closer to where they live. That happens quite a bit as well. So there's a couple areas, our water treatment plants and in our distribution area, technicians, that's pretty hard work. And it's like construction work where they're out digging and doing a lot of manual labor. So yeah, it's a combination of things.
So in addition to the flowery job postings, are we doing anything about trying to retain the employees too? I mean, I know we offer, and I mean, obviously when people leave, sometimes that leaves a path forward for other people to move up and things like that. So I know, I'm just curious if you're, what you might be doing to try to retain employees.
Mayor, Councilmember Tomachoff, yes. HR has been very supportive working with us. So say we have an employee that got a job offer somewhere else, we have the opportunity to match that offer. If it's within the range, there's some limits to it. But yeah, we have successfully done that several times.
Okay, and I know that Mr. Phelps presented to us, and him and I have discussed the increasing the range, the salary ranges by 5% should hopefully result in maybe being able to retain more people as well. So, but thank you for the work that you do. I guess you haven't finished your list, have you?
Almost.
Sorry about that. I didn't see there was another page. Please continue.
Okay, the last two items we've already talked about. It's the placeholder for standby pay and the car allowance. On the wastewater side, our chemical treatment system is not so reliant on chemicals. It's a biological process, so way less reliant on chemicals. However, we do have an inflationary adjustment for disinfection chemical at the West Area Water Reclamation Facility, and also for odor control chemicals in our wastewater collection system. The next item, 91st Avenue Wastewater Treatment Plant, that's the partnership plan through SHROG, and this is purely an inflationary adjustment for them. Equipment maintenance, this is the same as it is on the water side. These are just parts that our maintenance staff need to do the jobs that they do every day. And overtime, again, same as on the water side, one time. And again, standby pay, same placeholder as on the water side. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any additional
I
questions.
want to back up to the previous questions that you were being asked. Do we have any kind of policy on recruiting? I mean, are we contacting the colleges where you have young students that are actually taking the type of classes that you know are going to put them into that field? We're doing anything like that?
Mayor, yes, we are. So if we go back over the last few years, council approved supplemental for us to have some entry-level operator positions. We have 3 of those. And those, we rotate them around to our plants to grow our own operators. That's been very successful. We've also, within the last few years, we worked with WestMec, WestMec, to develop a water treatment program within one of their programs. So their campus in Buckeye has, part of their curriculum includes water treatment. So this past year, we've actually had our superintendents, our treatment superintendents, go out and talk to the classes. And we actually just hired a part-time temp, a kid that graduated out of that program as a part-time temporary. They're up at the Pyramid Peak plant. And again, this is to grow our own operators and get them into the entry-level position. So we've been trying to think outside the box as much as we can to fill our vacancies.
Any other questions?
Mayor, yeah, just a comment. Mr. Reel, thank you so much for the presentation. Mr. Johnson, before he left, was absolutely correct that you were the knowledge and mind of the department. He always commended you on your work, and you're so efficient, and you lead your department with integrity and professionalism. You're very knowledgeable, and sometimes it's just too complex for me to understand the work you do, but thank you for all you do. I sincerely appreciate you and your staff.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sir.
Go ahead.
Ron, as probably most of the people in the room know, I have the pleasure now for 8 years to be representing Glendale on the Arizona Municipal Water Users Association, and which means I get the pleasure too of working more closely with Craig Johnson before you, and you now, and Megan and Drew, and sometimes Joanne Toms. And you were very gracious to have complimented your field staff for the public comments that you get back that praise their work, but they don't always see what happens in the office or that, but I do. And I want to say that you and the ones I just mentioned do top-notch work for our city, and it's known across the valley. You know, people look to Glendale and appreciate what we do. I appreciate the briefing meetings I have with your staff or questions I need to ask out of the blue. It's made this experience far more enjoyable and has helped me to grow in my water knowledge, and you know, that's personally rewarding, but I think it pays benefits for the city as a whole too. So Craig Johnson, as Councilmember Aldama mentioned, was right, and he's done a wonderful job of growing and leading our water department, and I have full faith in you as well. Don't you plan on going anywhere soon? And I'm always worried that our employees, because they're so good, are going to get poached by other cities or AMWA itself, or maybe the governor's office. But while that might be a bad thing in one perspective, to have our quality employees and keep like that, representing and explaining the water issues that face our state right now is a real plus. But just want you to know that, you know, as somebody who interacts with upper management as well as even my local, my monthly meter reader, it's a tremendously well-run and appreciated department.
Thank you. I give all the credit to my team. They're great.
All right, there being no further business before the council, this meeting is adjourned.
Oh, there was.
Our next budget presentation will be on April 18th, where we will bring the entire budget together and present that to council.
Will the transfers to the enterprise fund be part of that too?
They were going to wrap up.
Yes.
Well, that'd be the short version.